Hello, everyone. I am High Spirits, and with me running Dragon Quest III is Crimson. Say hi, Crimson.
Hello, I am Crimson. Thank you.
Are you ready for Dragon Quest III?
I am ready.
Well, then let's this extended Roto Relay. 4 games we had, Dragon Quest games we have for you. And when you are ready to start, Crimson, let me know.
Countdown free.
Okay, countdown. You ready?
Okay.
3, 2, 1, start.
Thank you.
Yes, this is... Welcome, everybody. We are doing Dragon Quest III on the Famicom with Crimson here. This is the start of our relay. Our extended Roto relay. Though usually, if we were doing the relay in the correct order, it would be starting with 11, but unfortunately, we could not start with 11. And we were going to start with 3. And classic Dragon Quest 3 and Dragon Quest... Give me a second here. I'm still trying to get set up myself here. Trying to run the stream and everything. But yes, we have our hero who is going to visit the king. To go defeat the evil Baramos. A name that you will hear a lot. Because Baramos is very evil.
I'm Japanese. Yes. 日本人奏者です。
Barry Moss. That is a joke in a later game. Well, the same game, just remade later. But yeah, we are going to start off, Crimson is going to start off by recruiting a party. Because in this game, you have the hero, and then you have a party that you recruit. And what Crimson is looking for is looking for a female pilgrim. Looking for at least 11 hit points or 9 magic. Is also going to create a female fighter looking for 14 hit points or 16 strength. And both of those are female in case a Sword of Illusion drops. We'll be able to equip it and use it. And then the third one is a male wizard. And then the last one is the poor merchant who decides to stay here until we need to send him off somewhere in the far future to start his own business. But not going to use any of those classes yet because the beginning of the game is very hard. And so they're just going to use the default characters that you see. Every Dragon Quest III, Dragon Warrior 3 run has 3 default characters. So we're going to take the default soldier and then take the pilgrim and fighter. Going to leave the mage behind because the mage is the wizard is very squishy. One of the default characters was named Romeo. So Crimson is going to take a moment to grind to level 2 outside Reeve here. Going to need some starting gold and a little bit of safety. Wherefore art thou, Romeo? So one of the differences between this Famicom version that Crimson is playing compared to the English version is the fact that characters only have clothes on when they're created in Louisa's place, and not job-appropriate equipment. So there's not a lot of weapons or armor given to you. Only the hero gets a full set of gear from the king. So it's a little bit trickier at the start, because you don't have the class equipment stuff that you can just take from characters and sell for gold. You pretty much have to grind a little bit here to get started. And while Crimson is grabbing this quick level, there's a couple other differences that are noticeable at the start here. The UI, the UI is a little different when it comes to the characters' inventories. They're only actually displayed after choosing a character in the menu, so you can't actually see what's in their inventory while you're scrolling through the menu. Which is a difference between the English and Japanese version. There is also a way to suppress encounters in this version. You can actually stop the random encounters by holding A on controller 2, which is an old debug feature that was left in. But this is the glitchless category, and we can't be using that, so won't be able to stop the random encounters from happening, at least via that method. And then there'll be some changes to this route compared to the English version too, like the lack of bomb crag farming. Because in this game also, the Famicom version, enemies give less experience than they do in the English version. This was the first Japanese Dragon Quest game to have saves. I believe so. I believe passwords were in the first 2 Famicom games. I believe it was last year or the year before, had Dragon Warrior 3... No, Dragon Warrior 2, I believe it was, was with the password, the Morimoto password, that allowed with all that starting gear. Yes, the passwords are very long. So that should be the hero now hitting level 2. The hero is very slow at leveling. So heading into town, we need to get a club. Well, we already equipped the club on the priest earlier. Looking to buy, sell any unused equipment, and buy a couple antidotes and some herbs, and a training suit for the fighter while we head into the tower to get the Thieves Key, which is the first dungeon of the game. You know, Kandar has definitely become very popular in the remakes of this game. If you want to know what I mean, play the HD 2D remakes of all 3 games. Okay, so Crimson is going to continue fighting while going into and through the tower. is looking to get at least 278 gold throughout all of this. Don't mind me if I go quiet on occasion, by the way, since I am helping to run a lot of things right now. This is the first time people have heard my voice all week. But yeah, so the important thing is grinding up some experience for safety, getting enough gold to be able to buy some things before they try to leave the island. And that's just what we're doing next.
Oh, pilgrim.
So there's actually a couple of different ways to get here. There is the cave on the bottom left side of the island, or you can go through this kind of hidden area, which I don't know if they wanted you to know about until you left the tower.
Now pilgrim is most weak. No MP.
No MP? Oh no. So I am noticing Crimson is using parry 3 times before backing out and attacking. I suppose that this is parry defense or fighting is also in the Japanese version. So there is a feature of this game. I guess you can call it a feature because it's, I believe they actually put it in the guidebook, that if you select parry with a character, basically if you defend with a character, even if you back out, it keeps the parry flag, so you take half damage from attacks. So that's what Crimson is doing, is using parry 3 times. Can't use it a 4th time, because if you use it a 4th time, then your entire party just parries, and that's your turn. So you do it 3 times, and then you back out, and you can do actions with all your characters, and the front 3 party members will take half damage. Yeah, it was in the U.S. manual. So this is not the way to climb the tower, but Crimson is heading over here to get a chest. Believe you've gotten gold already. That first chest had 32 gold. This one will have some Wayfarer's clothes to put on the pilgrim. Keep your healer alive. You'll also notice a lot of encounters happen when you go through a screen transition. One of the things Dragon Quest did in the NES era, the Famicom era, was going through a screen transition significantly increased the encounter rate. So a lot of screen, I believe it's 50%. So I believe, yeah, so every time, I guess the idea was you didn't see if there was enemies waiting for you on the other side. Although you can, like, look right down the hallway and, like, not be surprised. But, you know, the illusion. We made it to the tower. First stop will be to use the inn. Because there is an inn on the first floor of this tower, which is very nice. Yeah, like, if you enter a new room, like, yeah, that's the idea, I think. The idea is, like, you open up and you're not sure there's monsters waiting before you on the other side of that door. But are they all doors or just corridors, you know? Which doors are they? The deep philosophical questions. So yeah, the start of this run is very difficult. Wasn't that a wizardry mechanic? Wizardry had set encounters behind doors. Like, I'm pretty sure that, like, I think it was a higher encounter rate overall. I think you are correct behind doors. But I think it was just a lot of doors, especially early wizardry games, just had set encounters. Aw, well, thank you, Sindrina. I am only going to be here until Vaxherd wakes up. Vaxherd is much more knowledgeable about this game than me. Although I do know a lot, he knows much more than me. The moths are probably the most annoying enemy in here because they will cast Surround, which makes it so you miss way too often. I hear some more gold hiding in there.
I am pinched. Hero is no HP, no MP.
Oh no! And then you have the bubble slimes here, the babbles who poison, which is why he has antidotes. But I think we are a little bit behind what he is seeing, so. So this chest is going to be a leather hat. Yeah, there's the poison. Oh, no antidotes? Well, the hero is not long. Oh wait, nope, it has antidotes. Just no health to use. And there is still a lot of walking left. not too much up here. This once he makes it out of this room.
Wingo Y1.
Once he makes it out of this room, the poison is gone. Nice first strike there. Didn't have to worry about parry defending. Have to protect the hero. And top of the tower, you get a Thieves Key. Which is required to get off of the starting island here. This is kind of like your initial quest. Can you make it through the tower and survive? And if you do, your prize is to play the rest of the game. So he went back in. He's going to pick up a couple more chests before heading back to Reeve and attempting to escape the island. The added levels will be very helpful. These last two chests were locked behind this door, which required the key. There are 3 keys in the game.
Nice.
So many slimes.
$16 gold. Seven HP.
7 HP. Very good. Okay, back in Reeve is going to sell the agility seed and the pilgrim's clothes. Make sure that has antidotes, lots of herbs, and down to 278 gold, so we can buy some shields for the party. Get that defense, because the next cave I'm gonna go through is very difficult. Also going to pick up the magic ball, which is required to make it into the cave, because someone put concrete up and sealed the cave, and you need a giant bomb to get through it. Thieves Key, Magic Key, and Final Key. They didn't start calling it the Ultimate Key until later in the series. Before then, it was the Final Key. So yeah, the 278 gold was enough to buy 3 leather shields and use the inn. Yes, there is parry defending. Yeah, the remakes were all like later in the series, and the remakes is when they finally went. I think Dragon Quest VIII was the first time they started using Ultimate instead of Final. But now let's head to the cave.
Might be even weak. Weak. "16 out of 13.
Ouch. So weak. I think that's the Pilgrim with bad stats. So Crimson is taking a lot of encounters. One of the big reasons is a difference in the Famicom and the Nintendo version of the game. Because this version gives a lot less experience, he's not going to do bomb crag farming, which is what you would do up to like level 9-10 on the NES and the English version. Because bomb crags is a very safe encounter. To get a lot of experience, if you can get there. But because it's, 75% of the experience, it's not really worth it. Plus, to get to the bomb crags is very dangerous. It is a peninsula of power type of deal where you go to a higher area. And you have to hope you get a bomb crag encounter. And this is a single segment speedrun. You cannot party wipe in the yeah, you cannot really go party wiping in this. Plus, there's the amount of gold that would be lost from a death and reviving is just way too dangerous. It's a very slow dash to the pyramid. I mean, that is, like, initial goal.
Nice hub!
Yeah, the encounter rate is, yeah, the Super Famicom is a very, very low level dash, like level 1, 2. Maybe level 3 on one of your characters. So there's not much going on right now, just trying to take out all of these encounters, already draining all of his resources before getting very far. Yeah, this is the Cave of Enticement. It's not too bad until you get to the bottom floor, and then it's very the demon anteaters are really, really terrible. I don't know if they focus fire in this version of the game, but in the English version they do. They choose one party member and pile on. So the current classes right now are is the hero, fighter, pilgrim, and then default soldier.
Antidote Heart.
This is a little scary.
No braids. No braids. No braids.
Was
braids.
whooping it away.
No braids.
Oh no! Run!
No sleep. No sleep.
Oh no! Wow, that's 3 very terrible encounters. Please, no, please. So the bunnies there can put your party to sleep.
No sleep. No sleep.
No sleep. No sleep. Very good run luck.
Okay.
And here will be a magic knife to put to help do some more damage. But I think Crimson is just running instead of fighting anything anymore. Oh nope. Already did a lot of fighting. And yes, this is the anteater floor. No HS run luck here.
Nice.
Nice. So these should focus fire, I believe. Yep, they are focus firing. But as long as it's hitting someone defending, it's not too bad. So you know what I just realized is that Vaxherd was kind enough to give me translated notes of this route, but Discord being Discord won't download them for me. So after we reach ISIS, it's all the notes are what I remember about this game.
Okay, nice bubble.
Ooh. So, Crimson is just continuing to fight here a little bit longer to use up the rest of the healing resources before heading to Romilly. Lots of poison.
HP! HP!
HP, let's go.
3 HP!
No HP. No HP. We'll be right back. I'm going to refresh my Discord to see if this will work then. Let's see. Downloaded.
Is that armor?
Armor! Okay. Yay! Fixing my Discord made it so I can download the notes and read them all. So I know exactly what's going on instead of guessing for some of it. So, in Romoli now, selling the Wayfarer's clothes that he had, and buying some leather armor. Needs to possibly do a little grinding here to get the Soldier and Pilgrim to level 6. I haven't seen what their levels are. Looks like it's going to grind. But yeah, I believe the goal here is to get the Soldier and Pilgrim to 6, which they're 5 right now. And for the fighter to have at least 25 health, which I believe the fighter does, because the fighter should be second slot. Yeah, the fighter is the second slot. So yes, SS is for single segment, like the Countess said. Pretty much cannot turn off the game. Has to all be done in one sitting. Me. No, cannot reset the console. So, party wipes are very, very deadly in this category because you can't save and reset the console if something bad happens. So things are taken much more caution. So one more level for the pilgrim should be the target here. The hero is the one in the back, taking his time gaining levels. There are no Metal Babble Kings to be found here. You are safe. But yeah, the next target after this is to head to the pyramid, which is a very dangerous place. To have it getting the extra levels right now, we'll hope survive it. Main reason for wanting to go to the pyramid as soon as possible is, one, to get the magic key, which opens up the game a lot more, and two, to get the golden claw to sell, because the golden claw is a hidden item in the game that sells for a lot of gold. Allows you to equip your party very fast with really good gear.
2 HP!
2 HP. Ugh. Poor pilgrim. Oh wait, no, that was the hero. Oh, 2 HP on hero. Very, very squishy, soft hero. Now that was level 6 for the pilgrim. Maybe grinding up a little bit more money for a bronze shield.
Japanese time okay?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. 日本語で解説する許可をもらっていましたので、ちょっと解説しますと、HP が極端に低いので、ピラミッドの突破率はやばいです。ちょっとお祈りお願いします。それと、爆弾岩狩りは、リセットなしだと、突破率があまりにも低いので、積んでしまいかねないのでやりません。ありがとうございます。Thank you.
So yeah, at times Crimson wants to talk to the Japanese restream in the audience, so answer questions or update, I suppose. Removing the poison from the priest. I'm not entirely sure who runs the Japanese restream. There's someone that I talk to as part of the restream team. But yes, thank you to the Japanese restream for covering our events this year. And if you're interested in going there and hearing the stream over there in Japanese, there is the link for you.
Let's go!
Let's go.
It's pyramids.
Time for a dangerous walk all the way down to Isis.
Very, very dangerous.
Very, very dangerous.
Very, very dangerous.
Apes that hit very, very hard. As you can see, dealing 8 and 11 damage through the defense. As the game does not expect you to come this direction at level 5 and 6. So a quick stop here at Asaram, heal up, and to help reset the day-night cycle to keep it daytime longer for a lower encounter rate, because the encounters are just going to get even more difficult as we get to the desert. I am not sure if there is runaway is chances increase in this version. That would be a question for Vaxard when he gets here. Should be the same. Okay, well, there you got your answer from 2 others. Should be the same. The flame pedes there can be a little troublesome. They use a fire breath, which is not much damage, but when you get a couple of them into an encounter, and this happens even with one of them, the hero is looking really, really low. Tactical will be here to help commentate the next run after this. Well, not the next run after this. The one after that. I'm trying to remember my turn order of games. Tactical will be here later in the evening, morning to help with Dragon Quest 2.
So many encounters.
Yes, lots of encounters. But you made it. Safe. So this is Isis. It's going to stock up on some herbs, because the pyramid is even more dangerous than that walk. And heal up, and he's gonna need to talk to the queen also, just to set the revive point here, not to save. Because there will be a warp out of the pyramid to return to town faster if you can make it all the way to the Golden Claw. When do things stop getting more dangerous? After you get the Golden Claw. Not for long, but just more danger and lots of danger.
Spawn points.
Yeah, spawn point. So there is a nifty little item at the bottom of this castle called the Meteorite Armband, which doubles your speed. Very, very helpful. Is going to put it on the fighter who already has a high speed, a high agility.
Let's go!
Let's go to the pyramid. Did not get very far.
No, 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 my, no, no.
Oh no. Oh no! Well, there goes one of the party members very early on. Infernus Crab, yep. Not a very good run rate right now, but lost the Pilgrim already, which is a lot of healing. Money is very tight right now. Oh no.
Oh no!
Oh no. Oh. There goes the fighter also. This is very bad. Lots of encounters. By the way, did we mention how dangerous the pyramid?
No sleep! No sleep!
Oh no! This
No,
is
please.
terrible. So these are king froggers. They have sleep. Oh, barely got alive out of there with the soldier. There's also traps in this dungeon. Lots of mimics, trap floors, which was what Crimson just went around.
Oh, ambush!
Ooh, 4 mummies.
No!
That went first. Oh no.
Oh no!
Oh, so close. Well, the soldier in a dream.
Oh my gosh!
Oh no, well. That's gonna make things a lot more difficult. Still a dream. No party members, but still a dream. Going to need to sell some left gear in order to try to revive people. Not sure what he sold. Probably a shield. Bronze shield. Buy some more herbs to make up what was used.
Second try.
Second try. First try, let's go. That was less encounters, at least. I don't want to jinx it, so.
Sneak, 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 sneak. Sneak, sneak, sneak. Sneak.
Sneak.
Sneak. Sneak, sneak, sneak.
You know, encounter rate is a heck of a thing, isn't it?
Sneak! Nice! Sneak, sneak, sneak. Sneak, sneak, sneak.
Sneak,
Okay!
Sneak, sneak. Wow. Sneak, sneak. That was one heck of a walk, y'all. Almost has the magic key. Although, this encounter is not going too well. So the magic key is the big thing to get. Hoping to pick up a little something else on the top floor to sell, but the important thing is getting this key coming up. There's also a vitality.
No!
Oh no! No!
Sneak!
Oh no! Oh. Well. The game tried. Got the magic key, which is good.
Got the magic key.
Magic key! 4 King Froggers. Back to Soldier in a Dream. But like I said, the important thing is it got the magic key, so if it doesn't get the flashy clothes, that does lose out on, I think, around 1,000 gold. Now, if you wanted a lot more gold, there's a whole room of gold coming up right here. 975.
Horror hero. Let's go.
Let's go, hero. So, you know, doesn't have any gold to lose on death, so it's just now a matter of how many attempts does it take to get the golden claw. And the hero does not have a lot of health. It doesn't take very long to get to the claw, but it can still be a lot of encounters.
Stop! Stop!
Uh-oh. Oh. This could take a couple tries. As Mummy's boys there hit hard, but the shadows are the interesting one. They actually aren't their own enemy. They more mimic the enemy, another enemy that you've seen so far. So those shadows could be anything from a slime all the way up to, I don't know how high they go. Like, could it be an ape? Maybe even a mummy? So it could be very harmless or really, really terrible. Yep. The shadows just pretty much shadow mimic one of the enemies from the game, from that point in the game.
Nice.
Now this is going to be a little irritating because it's going to mess up the menu. Because dead characters cannot use items, so he had to move the magic key to the hero.
Okay, Golden Crow.
Got it? Nice. There is the Golden Claw. The Golden Claw has a very fun property. It significantly increases the encounter rate while you try to escape. And you cannot actually escape out of there. But the idea isn't to survive, it's to just pick it up because it sells for a lot. Yes, the Dragon Quest XI run got moved before the marathon to the end of the of the relay because of some real life situations with Mokopoid. Gonna come up here, grab the Wizard's Ring. Don't forget the Wizard's Ring. Well, that was unfortunate. Okay, so big menuing now needs to sell a whole bunch of things. And buy stock up on herbs, wings, antidotes. Is also going to buy some giant shears and half-plate armor for the soldier. And the hero is going to get a battle axe, iron shield, and then either a half-plate armor or cloak of evasion. I'm not sure what Crimson is going to do.
No, bronze shield.
Yeah, you saw that the thing, so the gold claw sold for about 10,000, so it's a lot. And bronze shield, okay. Yeah, it's a lot. Giant shears. I think the optics of a soldier running around with a giant pair of hair clippers is a little too much. But one thing to keep in mind is we still have not used the wizard yet. Is just sitting back at Louisa's place, keeping the merchant occupied. So is winging back to Romilly or to Eliahan, to get the stuff out of the treasury. Now that we have the magic key, we can loot all the chests there. Gonna get fighting suits, couple of seeds, some gold. I think there's a wing in there also. Okay, comes back to Romilly, buys some more gear. Not sure how much money has to work with. But getting some bronze shields, trying to get a spear and chainmail for the pilgrim. And then we'll have to make the walk to Knave to try to get a weapon for the fighter, because the fighter uses claws. And they're not available everywhere. Yeah, it's fighting suit, strength seed, agility seed, wing, and 2 gold chests was what was in there.
Stop.
Ooh.
Repeat.
Keep the fighter alive.
Ambush.
Ambush.
Heroes HP 23. Very low.
23. Oof. Yeah, with the fighter with the meteorite armband and already the natural agility that it has, keeping the herbs on the fighter is very nice. It outspeeds everything right now. So you have to wait until nighttime if you want to loot the 2 chests that are inside this town. Crimson is going to want to keep fighting to try to get the hero to level 7 or close to it at least while going through the Tower of Champagne. Is going to be taking on Kandar 1. I don't know. I don't think Kandar 1 is optional in the Famicom version. He is optional in the second game. You can skip, or in the English version, you can skip over him and go right to where he is, the second version of him. Okay. Was grinding up enough to get the 770 for the Iron Claw. Okay. Kandar is a good chunk of experience, so probably is going to fight him just to, you know, to get the experience and to, I mean, the Golden Crown works. Yeah, he has very good experience. And there is actually a decent amount of gold inside the tower. Have to make up the experience when you don't have an easy way to kill bomb crags?
No poison needle.
No poison needle. No wizard in the party to use poison needle. Oh, good. Wake me up in the morning, Diener. No. Diener will be commentating the next run after this, the Dragon Quest 1 portion of the relay. Tactical will be taking over for Dragon Quest 2. Jaracandra will be doing Dragon Quest 11, but I might be starting the commentary for 11 because of the time zones. Might be a little early for her to start, so you might see me again after commentarying on 11. So yeah, this part of the game, Kandar has stolen the crown from the king. And you're tasked to go get the golden crown back, which if you do and bring it to the king, he makes you the king and then runs off. Which is fun because you can run around town as the king, but not very good in a speed run.
3 HP.
3 HP. So bad.
26. Oh
20
no.
hit points.
26.
I mean, the Super Nintendo version, the Super Famicom version, has a lot more quality of life and more balance, I would say. Yes, the hero has 26 health, by the way, at level 6. You know, Countess, I would totally do that. Go slay me a Baramos and don't come back until you do. Save this kingdom. Oh yeah, take this 100 gold also. Buy yourself a nice pair of clothes before you leave.
Little Japanese time, okay?
Yes, go ahead. Okay.
コメントにありました、神田と倒さなきゃいけないレギュかっていうことですが、他に稼ぎ場所がないので、いやいや神田を倒していってます。以上です。Thank you.
Please, if you can get a random 16-year-old kid a stick, 150 gold, and a pair of clothes to go kill Baramos, why would you give him the treasury? Yeah, give him one of the soldiers. The one that no one likes. So picking up a decent-sized gold chest here before going to the top of the tower. The guard could be the most powerful guard that they have on the in the castle, but no one likes him. So send him to his death to protect the mighty young hero.
Very, very low HP.
Hello. But now it's, well, as you go up to get Kandar, he's full of jokes.
勝てるか不安なんだけど。
So the Kandar fight here, he can hit pretty hard. And he has a couple of henchmen that come with him. But it's not too bad. You just gotta be careful that no one's on low health. The annoying thing is the fact that the 3 henchmen are in different groups, so you can't like AoE them down. Oof, went right for the soldier at the start. So yeah, the soldier is in the final slot because they have the most armor, and they can't parry defend. Parry fight, parry defend. Parry defend is just being redundant. Classic Kandar holding the axe the wrong way in his underwear. Just try to imagine trying to swing the axe with the way it's facing right now. You would just be hitting him with the butt of the axe.
Nice!
Ooh, getting low. There you go. Nice. Lots of experience for everyone. Hero with 9 hit points. And 8. Okay, much better for the hero. Almost doubled his health in those 2 levels. And he begs you to let him free and that he'll give up a life of crime. So we'll probably never see him again. So the Golden Crown is put on the Pilgrim. Basically serves as like a bronze shield replacement. group of gas clouds here is a nice little kill. So the next stop after this is to take that magic key and progress to where the ship is supposed to be, which really opens up the next part of the game. Although you're not allowed to get the ship right away because you still got to do a bunch more things. Yeah, Kandar's a good guy. I trust him. So stocking up on herbs and wings. Important. One of the fighter will have a wing still on them. In case you get in, he gets into a dangerous encounter, you could actually wing out of the encounter. And fighter being the fastest person is obvious choice for that. Yes, you can throw a wing to escape an encounter. You cannot do that in all games, no. Wings will take you to any town that you visited. That character who uses the wing visits. These can be a little dangerous because they can all use Infernos. One of the tricks that Crimson uses is speed up at the beginning of the counter, so second turn will go first to limit the amount of damage taken, especially if they got 4 Infernos coming.
Okay.
The mass spawn of heal slimes from these rogue knights.
Safety.
This is Portoga. You come here to get the ship, but you find out that the king really loves spices and just wants some black pepper in order to give you the ship. So you have to go chasing down black pepper on the other side of the continent in order to get the ship. And in return, he gives you the royal scroll, which lets you go through the cave to get there.
Mistake.
I think Crimson made a mistake and warped to Portoga first instead of going to Asaram. Just used an extra wing. Oops. Yeah, it didn't have any magic to cast return. That's what it was. Okay, is going to keep trying to fight a bunch of enemies. Going to avoid the crabs, because they're annoying to kill, especially when they raise their defense. Needs to keep getting some experience. The goal is to, I think, get everyone to level 9, which is almost already there, just the heroes behind. Before, heading into the cave. .43 health on the hero now is at least a little bit better. Those last 2 levels really helped. Nice Kaishin. Nice crit. This is a little bit of a walk to get down to Baharata. Oh yeah, you definitely want to get the health and the levels, especially for the boss of Baharata Cave. because the boss in there hits really hard if he wants to.
Okay.
Okay, gonna pick up some herbs here. Needs to restock on a lot of them. You're gonna need them. You're supposed to come here and pick up the black pepper, but you find out that the person who makes black pepper has been kidnapped by Kandar. It took him 3 minutes to go back to a life of crime. And we trusted him. I know, it's heartbreaking. We wanted to believe in Kandar, but you cannot believe on Kandar. The dastardly, very handsome, but dastardly evil villain.
Let's go Kandar. Ooh.
Let's go, Kandar. Yeah, you got to imagine how fast he ran to get here just to kidnap someone and establish a cave when you were like right behind him. I believe these guys can drain your magic, which is really annoying. But also expelling them away. Expelling has a chance to just remove enemies from combat. You don't get experience or anything. And not every enemy is susceptible to it. But there are some that are very weak to it.
No! Mysterious does no! Stop!
Oh, jeez. All of your magic. Yeah, the Ketchulas are draining all of his magic.
15 MP.
Oof, even more of them.
Ow!
Oop, there goes all the magic. That's not good. He's not going to have any magic for sap. Might have to use the magic ring, or the wizard ring.
Oh no!
Oh, and he just got ambushed. Oof, this is brutal. No magic remaining. All of it is gone. I mean, yeah, you know, in order to try to use... I mean, he's got nothing. Can't use sap. Can't use surround. Can't use speed up.
Using wizard ring.
Using the wizard ring. So the wizard ring recovers a small bit of energy. Great every time you do it.
Broken!
And it broke first try! Oh my! Did that break? Did I see that break? It broke. Oh my goodness. Oh, that is such bad luck. I'm sorry, Crimson. Oh. I'm like, I thought I saw the text for it, but I wasn't entirely sure. Well, this room has some seeds in it, one of each kind. Uses strength seed and agility seed and acorn of life, and yeah, this is gonna be interesting. So this starts off with fighting 4 of Kandar's henchmen. Don't blame me for this run, okay? Because HS Curse does not exist. It's easy. All he has to do is survive. That's it. Obviously, you want everyone alive. As many people alive as you can for the Kandar kill. Because he will give a lot of experience. But he has a lot of health and he hits hard. You can buy one in the elf village. Well, you have to get in there first. Okay. Here is Kandar 2. He changed his clothes already and I guess got a tan? Or put on a bodysuit? I don't know. Yeah, that's the thing, is you have to be able to get in there, which is, you have to get the Staff of Transform first. So getting rid of the henchmen, and then just hope Kandar does not, hurt him. Yes, all 4 games are going to be Japanese versions. 1 and 2 will be Super Famicom, and then 11 will be PC. All 4 games are going to be run by Japanese speedrunners. You got this, I believe. No crits. No crits. Also a note about this Kandar, one of the things that I don't think this game ever tells you about is some bosses have regeneration. So you have to deal damage in order to make sure they die. In the case of Kandar here, he regenerates 50 health a turn. But he's easily doing over and got the kill. And got 1 Metal Slime's worth of experience. Easy. Who needs magic? Or a wizard ring? And once again, he says he finally turned over a new leaf, and he begs you to let him escape. But thou must. Well, the good news is you don't have any magic to lose. Oh wait, I lied. There's 4 MP left, and it didn't. They didn't even try to steal it. Okay, heading back to Baharata to get the black pepper, which you can take back to Portoga to get the ship. And that's when the game really starts to open up. Good evening, Nacho. Yes, for those who didn't see the announcement, tomorrow after the extended Roto Relay, we have added Octopath Traveler 2 back onto the schedule, run by Nacho, who was unable to run it earlier in the week due to technology. So we are glad to have them back, doing their run before the finale. Well, yeah, there is less than 24 hours left of Questing for Glory 8, y'all. Curse you, technology. That's what happens when you get older. You just curse technology. Oh, we've had plenty of tech issues. We don't need any more. We didn't need any more. By this time, 24 hours from now, I will be in bed. Old man yells at cloud, yep. So we get the ship. Our first target is to get to Sue to pick up a Staff of Thunder for free. Gonna be doing probably limited fighting. I'm not sure how much fighting he's gonna do on the way there. The Staff of Thunder is very nice because it's a free a group spell every turn. Also needs to pick up an invisibility herb, which is going to be required to get somewhere in the game. Yeah, that battle was worth a lot. You just couldn't do any physical damage to him. You really had to do AoE magic. You know, the first half of the week is all a blur to me right now. Oh, well, these birds are really irritating. Because they know a very, very terrible spell called Limbo, which if whoever gets hit by it gets sent back to Louisa's place in Aliahan. Thankfully, no one got limboed away there. That is one of the biggest trolls in the speedrun, is when you're ready to take the merchant to the merchant town, and you get into a couple of ocean encounters on the way there, and one of them is a Hades condor that sends the merchant back to Louisa's place. That is one of the great trolls of this game. So, next to the fountain there is the Staff of Thunder. Gonna toss it on, I think, the fighter. Also gonna pick up a poison needle for the wizard, who is about to be rejoining our party. picked up the invisibility herb, and then is going to go back to Eliahan, and it's time to say goodbye to this soldier who's been with us all of this time. And put in the level 1 wizard, because why not? So one of the things they're doing also is putting all of the items that you don't need anymore onto the soldier, because anytime you drop off a party member to Louise's place, anything in their inventory gets automatically sent to the bank. So it's a way to just get rid of like key items that you'll never use anymore, like the Royal Scroll, Thieves Key. Because inventory space is limited, and having all of these key items that you never need anymore are just not worth keeping on you. It just clutters your inventory. I think you can also get rid of the magic key too, because I believe it's going to make a play on the final key right away. So yeah, the wizard is level 1. So going to definitely be fighting stuff to get the wizard some levels. And then going to do a whole bunch of things, get some questing and gear done. And then it's time for the big grind of the game. If you really dislike birds, you're gonna love this grind. Right, first stop is Egg and Bear. This is where we use the invisibility herb to sneak into the castle and get the Vase of Drought, which is required in order to get the final key. And this does come with the one puzzle in this entire game. The rock puzzle. I know, grinding. How dare they? Don't let any of the rocks fall into the water. Suddenly, puzzle. Gonna take a quick jot up to Japan up here to get some the return point for later. And Dharma also, since they are kind of near each other. So I think the initial goal right now is to get the wizard up to at least upper spell, if not increase spell. Have that defense boost for the bird grind coming. Gotta love all those ones.
Japan.
Cav of Thunder is putting in a lot of good work. You know, at level 6 with 19 health, I think that's more health than the hero had at level 6. So, Dharma, along with another dungeon later in the game, has a really, really fun tile set to look at while you're walking on the floor. Okay, headed to get the final key now, which is in the middle of the ocean with the Vesa Drought. The final key opens up every lock in the game, even the magic key ones and the thief key doors. So there's no point in keeping multiple keys on you anymore.
Oh! Oops.
Oops. That. Oops. That could have hurt. That could have been a very painful mistake. Oops. So here is the final key. Next up, going to head to Baharata and hop on the ship to make a trek to Lancel. Lancel is where you got to go later in the game in order to get a required item. But there's also Cloak of Evasions here and Staff of Judgments, which is hopefully what going to be able to buy here. sub 2 hour final key. Yeah, just missing, you know, a wizard ring. Just painful. I don't know how much is built in to being able to buy more wizard rings. So yeah, the goal here is to try to get Cloak of Evasion and 2 Staffs of Judgment. Oh. I guess going to Tenanki first. Probably needing more money. Yeah, there's this route that I have is to buy 2 Staffs of Force also from Tenanki. So one of the big things you need to do right now, in order to, like, the next step in progression-wise, is to collect 6 orbs, which are needed to wake Ramia. So there's, you have to search pretty much around the world trying to find the 6 orbs. One of them is in this next town, is going to.
One and counts. Nice. Oh! Confusion.
The I think that's stun. No, that one's not stun. The Man of Wars have the ability to paralyze people. Okay, so the fighter is numb. Thank you. Yeah, the fighter, yeah, got close there. You can tell how long someone is numb for, just from the fact that their animation doesn't move when you're walking. But it does wear off, so fighter is walking again. So you come here, buy Staff of Force, and pick up the green orb. from the prisoner here. And there is an acorn of life hiding in this, through this swamp. And then there's one more thing to get here, and that's the Lamp of Darkness, which you can only get during the daylight. Why is that? Well, because this town has a secret. And the secret is it's a ghost town. And daylight, the shopkeeper is no longer blocking these stairs, which lets you get the lamp. The lamp lets you change from night to day, which is very nice, considering how everything in this game, like using a wing, using, like teleporting, using an inn, a lot of things reset the day-night cycle to morning. So it can be a little time-consuming trying to get a nighttime when you need it without the lamp. Next up is the House of Pirates, which is holding another orb. Also can pick up a strength seed there to hopefully make the hero a little bit stronger. But this is all more time to grind also. Get the wizard more experience. Yeah, Seed of Strength for the hero, and the red orb, and a wing. Pick up a free wing. Why not? Or not need it. I doesn't want to clutter the inventory.
Nice.
Okay, grind, y'all. Who's ready to grind? That was nice and quick, by the way. So explain this grind that we're doing right now. So, Kongs here. Kongs love calling in friends. And they have lots of friends known as jerkbirds. And what they do is they summon in the Elysium birds. And then the next turn the Elysium birds cast Heal Us to heal up the Kong and then run away. So basically, going to use the Kong here to endlessly summon birds. Hopefully you can get rid of this blue beak, because it ended up getting healed thanks to the Heal Us. There you go. And yeah, this is going to take a while. I don't know, how long does have for split for this? I'm curious. Oh, he doesn't have the timers up on. He doesn't have a timer up on stream anymore. Oh. So yeah, the idea is to get him to summon a bird, which generally happens a lot of the time when it's the only enemy left, and even more so when he's on the left side of the screen. So Crimson is buffing up, making sure max out defense, speed up, so it always goes first, and then just defend until birds appear. And Crimson is going to need to do counting here. I'm not sure how many bird kills it is, but is going to try to get to around 63,000 experience worth of birds. I think they give, how much? Like 1,200 or something? You know, before being split? I don't remember the exact number. Yes, that is Vegeta. But the goal is to kill enough birds. So in this version of the game, there is actually a cap on experience, and it's at 65,535, the integer number. So the idea is to get up to about 63,000, and then to kill off the fighter, hero, and priest, and then finish the fight. So all of the experience goes on the wizard. And that should get the wizard to level 23. Or roughly 23. At level 23, well, level 21 is the first level that a wizard can learn Bykill, which is the target of this grind, is to get Bykill. Which doubles the attack power of whoever it's used on. But you're not guaranteed to learn it at the first level that you can. At level 23, you have around an 87% chance to learn it. If Crimson doesn't learn it, then it's more grind, or just go to boss troll. Go to the next boss. So yeah, so you want to get to around 63,000 experience. A little bit less you can go because he's already level 9. He's already gained a couple thousand experience. But yeah, this takes some time. Good time to stretch, get some water. And as you can imagine, this is a heavy RNG part of the game, because you gotta wait until the birds are summoned, and then well, killing them is easy once they're summoned at this point. But again, Crimson has to count and make sure he doesn't lose count on how many birds he's killing, so probably not helping by talking.
Next 30 minutes.
30 minutes. Well, he just said 30 minutes of farming. So, if anyone has any questions about the game or anything that I could try to at least fake, if not already know, feel free. I am day 6 into a week-long marathon. I am tired and my voice already wants to quit. There are no dragons in Dragon Quest. You should have learned that already. Yeah. I'm not sure. I think this version of this version also takes into account your intelligence stat when you're learning spells too. Like, you need a minimum amount of intelligence. What is that over there? My dinner. running away from me. That's what it is. But yeah, this is the extended roto relay. You know what I could do? We have time to kill. I think I could do some shameless plugging. What do y'all say? Who's up for some shameless plugging? This is Questing for Glory 8 being live right now on the RPG Limit Break channel. Did you know, starting Sunday, the day after Questing for Glory, submissions open to the RPG Limit Break channel for the event, which takes place in May. So if you have RPG speedruns ready to submit, send them in and I will criticize you and probably, like, cool, that's a cool speedrun. And did you know that all subscriptions and bits go towards the next RPG Limit Break main event? And you know what they say, y'all? They say 80% of people have an Amazon Twitch Prime sub that they just don't use. And it's very simple to do. Just hitting that subscribe button and choosing Prime sub. If you have Amazon Prime, there is an 80% chance that you have a free gift sub that you could just give out to any channel right now. And it's so easy to do. You could be the hero that helps fund the next RPG Limit Break. Just like Hactical, with the 15-month Prime sub, helping out the event, helping out charity, by giving something that already has for free. But yeah, all subs and bits and any memberships or super thanks on YouTube also goes to funding the event. Whether it's, you know, bits like the 100 that Cerviche gave, thank you very much. Or gifts, or, you know, Prime sub, or gifting 200 subs to the channel. You know, it all helps out the main event. Look at that, Wolfman throwing in a Prime sub there also. You know, I want to see a speedrun of Kingdoms of the Dump. I want to see that. And thank you, Frost Tuition, for the brand new sub. Helping charity. You're all helping Nami, helping raise money for Nami right now. Everyone is doing their part. You know what? Even I'm going to do my part, y'all. Here we go. There, I did my part, y'all. I used my free Prime sub to help out the RPG Limit Break event. See, I'm putting my money where my mouth is. My free money. Also, I was told, contractually obligated, told by Emily to don't forget to submit prizes to the event. But yeah, if you want any more information about the RPG Limit Breaks event, or submitting to the event, or any other information you could possibly want, check out the RPG Limit Break website. And thank you, Imp Man, for the 100 bits. Thank you, thank you, thank you. See, we found a way to pass the time with this grind, y'all. Shamelessly plugging their advertisements. send energy to the runner. I think Crimson's got this. Well, these birds do not cast Limbo. So, just to go over once again what's going on for people who were here 20 minutes ago. These birds are called Elysium birds. All they do is cast Heal Us. So what's going on in this fight is when the Kong likes to summon in these Elysium birds, and then the next turn they cast Heal Us and then run away. So basically, Crimson is just defending until a bird gets summoned and then killing it. And all of this experience just cures up, racks up. And once he gets to around 63,000 experience total worth of birds, he will kill off the hero, fighter, and priest, and power level the wizard. Yeah, the problem with metal slimes is it's just so unpredictable. Yeah, there's plenty of other routes, especially those who aren't a single segment like this, where there's no manipulation at all. There is a high penalty to pay to dying. This is really safe because the party is completely filled up, their defense is completely maxed, and the Kong here just does no damage anymore.
Now 13 birds.
Okay. I think he said 33 birds.
Into 64 birds.
Into 64 birds. He's keeping count, don't worry. As you can see, this takes a little bit of time. But again, it's consistent since there's no RNG manipulation. This game is very easy to manipulate. The RNG is very forgiving. In fact, if you ever just play the game, there's times where you'll find yourself in the same RNG loop. Because you just do the same thing again, and it just ends up being the same outcome every single time. I have the memory of a goldfish. That's one. Oh, new bird. That's one. Oh, we finally saw a bird. Finally gonna get our first kill.
14 birds.
See, he's doing a better job counting. Welcome to the grind, Vaxerd.
Morning, High Spirits. Morning, Crimson. Ohayou gozaimasu.
おはようございます。
You came in at the perfect time. Most of the grind is done.
バクサーさん、祈り壊れました。
あららら。これは、面白いことになりますね。
面白くないよ。
Here we have a broken wizard's ring.
Yeah, first try, broken wizard ring after...
First try. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, Cave of Baharata got 3 4-pack of Catulas that drained all of his magic. And then used the ring once and broke, but had no problem.
Oh no. Oh no.
Yeah. And Pyramid was rough.
Things will be interesting then.
Yeah.
Hopefully, at least we get the Bykill.
Yeah, hopefully. Welcome in, Raiders. Welcome, welcome. We are watching some Dragon Quest III on the Famicom, run by Crimson. This is the start of the extended Roto Relay for Dragon Quest, which is 4 Dragon Quest games back-to-back. Supposed to be 11, 3, 1, and 2, but we're doing 3, 1, 2, and 11 in that order. Well, if you are ready to take over, Vaxerd, I am ready to go make some dinner.
That sounds good. Yep, I'm ready to go. So, yep. Thanks for coming for me, and yeah. Go enjoy a good meal.
I will try. Enjoy the rest of your run and enjoy Vaxerd taking over.
So, hello everyone in chat. I'm Vaxerd. I am back for some commentary here on Dragon Quest III. I did a bit of Dragon Quest running myself. I haven't done it recently, but I did run the NES version of this a few times. So it is always nice to see it again. We are, as I presume High Spirits mentioned, we are currently grinding our wizard up to level 23, which is at which point we hope the wizard will have learned Bykill. We won't find out because it is a random chance. There is a chance the wizard doesn't learn Bykill, and then we have to pull out interesting strats. But in order to do that, we are grinding on these Elysian birds for quite a while. 藤野さん、今は何匹目
?51.
51. So we are at 51 Elysian birds out of 60 odd that we are going for. There are a few differences. High Spirits may have touched on this, so I apologize if I'm repeating, but there are a few differences between the Famicom and English versions in terms of game behavior. One of the biggest ones is the NES version buffed all experience by 1/3. This question in chat: does this grinding strat work on all versions? Yes, it does. This is a perfectly ordinary grind. This Kong will pull as many Elysian birds as you like. until you get tired. The difference is that, as I was mentioning, the experience rate is different. The NES version boosts experience by 1/3, and also there is a cap in this Famicom version of 65,000, the classic 64K number, 65535 experience per battle, which doesn't exist in the NES. So in the NES version, you could actually grind millions if you were so inclined. I wouldn't recommend it, but you could. Here we do have a forced cap, and then we hit that somewhere in the 60s of Elysium birds, and so Crimson will be ending this battle before too much longer. And then we will see where we are at that point. Casually, some people come across these sorts of grinding strats. I know in Dragon Warrior 4, I used to grind on the Goopies and their brethren a lot because they also have a good chance of calling companions. They don't give nearly as good experience, so I wouldn't recommend it. But you know, there are a number of enemies like this that will just call friends over and over as long as you care to grind. So, answer the question in chat, how many levels? We are looking for Wizard level 23. I'm not sure if we will hit that on this fight. Should get us most of the way. But we're looking for Wizard level 23 for a specific reason, because the Wizard class will learn the spell Bykill, which doubles a character's attack power, starting at level 21. But it's a 50% chance per level. It's never guaranteed. We could just stop at 21, see if we get it, and go on again, but as long as we have the encounter here, we're going to go ahead and take 3 levels. So 21, 22, 23, that is 3 chances to learn Bykill, and hope that we have it at that point. If we do, great, and if not, backup strats. But that is our goal, and we should have around 10 or 11 to go, I think, in this fight. We'll be here for a little bit longer, but not too much.
Hey, come on, Buzz.
That said, the Kong does not summon birds every time. It's only a random chance, and so there we go. So we do have to wait for each successive bird. That's an interesting point, Quexley. Yes, my recollection was also that Kong was a purple color in the NES version. That may have just been, I don't know. They had reasons for changing it, I suppose. The birds are coming nice and quick. Was the purple one just a different enemy? That's also possible. Lost one there. But that's alright, we are getting close. My recollection actually is that the animated intro was intended for the original, but they just, or something along those lines is intended for the original, but they just ran out of memory space on the cart that they had prepared for the Japanese release, and they just had to cut it all. The English cart is twice the memory size of the Japanese one. And even a simple animation like that took up a lot of memory space in those days, so...
Last!
Okay, coming nice and quick now should be just about done.
Okay.
Oh, and looks like that is it. And so now we are also going to kill off the rest of our party members so that all of the experience goes to the wizard. Remember that normally experience is divided among your... Well, not normally, but experience is divided among your party members. And now it's so many more words than we need. But we want all of the experience. Oh my goodness.
Poison needle.
It's more than we need. And now we look for the poison needle to proc on the Kong. This is a 1/8 chance. There we go. How much do we get? 65484, so that is extremely close to the limit I mentioned. And now we're going to be just in the wizard level up and up and up, and when we hit 21 that we're hoping to see that learned new spell. This is time for praying for good RNG. Current party comp is 1 fighter, 1 soldier, and 1 wizard along with the hero. The wizard will be changing class soon, coming in a 2nd fighter.
Ice Stone. No Bykill.
No Bykill.
No Bykill. Oh, no Bykill. No Bykill. Oh!
There is no Bykill in that list, and that is an issue. So first we had first try broken wizard ring. That's a 10% chance, by the way, to break the wizard's ring. And now we have no Bykill, so backup strats time, I presume. Yeah, that is, again, that is a, no, should be an 87.5% chance to learn 7 and 8. That you learn it by 23. And so now I presume we're just going to go 1 more level. Crimson-san, もう1レベルですか?
いきます。
Yes, we're just going to go 1 more level of grinding. Again, it's 50% chance every level, it's never guaranteed. And this game does have a it does have a cap method if it wants to choose it. There is a, there are 3 different ways of learning spells in this game. Either it's guaranteed to learn by a certain level, or it's a random chance like Bykill, or there is a chance based on intelligence, and once you hit a certain level, that is capped out. So they had a cap if they wanted to use it, and they chose not to use it, so I'm pretty sure this is deliberate on the part of the developers.
日本語でいいですか？
どうぞ。
この後追加で舞踏家と勇者を鍛えるために、28匹狩るんですが、それを追加して、30何匹にしてリカバリーします。
So we are going to have a second Elysian Bird grind later to boost the levels of other characters, and we are going to add some extra Elysian Birds onto that so that to get the wizard an extra level. The original plan here is that when we stopped in the Shrine of Dharma... Yes, nice. We'll take every bit of experience we can get. Ooh, hello. Yeah. Every bit of experience we can get here.
全部逃げんのかい。
Then again, maybe we can't get any experience at all, but, yep, yeah, something. They do like to tempt you, don't they? Yeah, so the original plan would have been to, when we return to Dharma there to revive our party members, is to also change the, wizard over to a second fighter, and then what we have is a fighter, somebody with strong physical attack power, who can also use the Bykill and various other useful spells. But the Bykill spell, unfortunately, we don't have the Bykill spell yet, so we're going to keep them as a wizard for the moment, get them another level, and get Bykill that way. The wizard is up to level 23 now. Does have a decent amount of attack power. Obviously has spells as well, and so we can continue forward a bit using the wizard. We do need to change over at some point, but next bit we can proceed with the wizard at this level, and so we're going to go ahead and do that. We can't just sit around grinding Elysian Birds forever. So I'm grabbing a bit of additional armor here, so we get picking up the magic armor for the hero. We would have liked an Iron Claw for our newly minted wizard fighter, but we don't have a newly minted wizard fighter, so that will have to wait. Again, making use of the parry glitch even when running here for additional safety. We're going to try and kill off 2 here and get some Elysian Bird summons. A bunch of speed up and increase spells on our party for safety, because these are still very strong enemies. We do want to. There come the There come the Elysian birds. So there are some interesting considerations around whether Kongs will summon Elysian birds. This is actually something that Crimson asked me to look into recently, and I've been taking a look into the details of the programming. But there are some interesting restrictions on how many colors and things like that you could display on the Famicom NES systems, which impact whether a Kong will actually summon Elysian birds or not in any given battle. It turns out if you start the fight with 3 different enemy groups, then generally Kongs will not call at all. Well, they will still try to call, but it will fail. And the reason is because the game runs out of colors to display that Elysian bird sprite on the screen. And because of that, we do have to look for very specific Kong encounters. Here we have one that is working, and now we just have to, again, count up. Crimson was saying 30 Elysian birds. Get our wizard to level 24, at which we will hopefully learn Bykill. And of course, we will be putting experience into our other party members as well here. So it's not the wizard getting the whole 60k or however many. Probably 30 odd is going to be around 30, because one Elysian bird in this version is 980 experience, so roughly 1,000. So 30, say 35 Elysian birds would be 35,000 experience, more or less. And we will be dividing that among our party members, so in this case the wizard will not get all of it, but we'll get enough to level up. And again, we will be looking for that Bykill. You've learned a new spell message. Yeah. It's one of the things where they could have made it work, because as we see, we only have one Kong and now the Elysian bird on screen. That's only two color sets effectively. But the game doesn't go back when you kill off an enemy group. The game does not go back and say, "Oh, this set of colors is no longer needed." It remains stuck in the game's memory, and so if you're out of colors, then there's nothing more you can do. A lot of interesting things that developers of NES and Famicom games had to do because of the system's limitations. Obviously, the memory size is a big one. I mentioned the cart size in Japan not large enough to include a title demo. But things like this, colored number of sprites. I'm sure a lot of people who played games of this era know the classic blinking sprite effect on the NES, because you can only display 4 sprites on a single line with the hardware. In fact, if you don't, the game has to actually do some special work to have the sprites blink, because otherwise it will always be the same sprite that disappears, and you'll just have invisible characters, which is even worse. So yeah, there's a lot of things that developers had to think about that they wouldn't need to worry about with modern systems, but it's all a feature of the era. See what Crimson decides to do in the end in terms of experience distribution. This is happily the only major grinding session of the run. This is where we're going to get most of the experience, the additional experience that we need on top of what we will get normally. We will be fighting a lot of encounters going forward, of course, and that will also get us farther along the experience curve. But this is the one point, especially, mainly because we do have this class change that we're doing, and when you change classes, you do reset to level 1. So our wizard, who is currently level 23, will be going up to 24 here. We'll be reverting to level 1, and typically this is where we would be taking that newly minted wizard fighter at level 1 and grinding them up to around level 16. But again, we're going to have to kind of push things a little bit farther along to deal with the fact that we don't have Bykill yet. Again, sadly, we do. Ah, there it comes. We do have to wait for the for Elysian birds to be summoned. They guarantee the Kong will still sometimes attack when it is alone, and then we just wait. Is in fact roughly about a 30% chance to summon an Elysian bird on any given turn. It doesn't look whether there are any on the screen already. It's as we saw sometime earlier, we had 2 sometimes. We can get them here as well if it chooses to summon 2 in a row. And we don't kill the first one off immediately. Sometimes it just wants to swing its arms. The benefit, of course, of this particular game's battle system is that buffs do not wear off. So Crimson put a whole bunch of increase being the defense up spell, and speed up, which is, as its name says, the speed increase spell. Put a bunch of those on the party at the beginning, so we are fully guaranteed to all act before the enemies, and also we only take 1 damage from from attacks. So fortunately, those buffs do not wear off in this particular game. I know a lot of more recent games buffs, last X number of turns, or in a real-time battle system, X number of seconds, and then wear off, or they gradually decay over time. But in this game, once you put a buff up, it is good for the battle. Unless it is, freezing waved by a certain enemy. But there is a. So that is also why question chat is is there a thought to cash out sometimes? It's not necessary because we are so we have buffed ourselves so much. There is no risk of dying here. Even if the enemy hits, it will only do 1 damage, and we can safely kill off all these enemies as they appear, and then when we decide we've had enough, kill off the Kong without any worry that we will accidentally die. The only reason at this point you would cash out in the middle of your planned grind is if you're worried about a crash or say a power outage, and that's kind of a very external thing to the run. This game does have a few, idiosyncrasies, shall we say? Glitches, yes. Crashing is something that I don't think I've ever seen this game straight up crash, aside from, when using memory glitching, not quite arbitrary code execution level, but memory glitching to deliberately put invalid items into your inventory. Other than that, I don't think I've ever seen this game crash. So in that sense, it is very stable. There's no worry about game crashing and losing progress. Just like that for this era of games, obviously there were lots of technical limitations. The developers didn't have a lot of space for fancy features, but as a rule, NES games, mostly Super NES era games, were very stable. Didn't crash a lot.
相当脳にショックを受けてるようで、極楽中出てるのに防御しちゃいました。
We got the we can forgive occasional input errors by Crimson because it is a very long grind. It's just commenting that he unintentionally defended even after a bird came out, and it is it is a very long grind. We are all human. Mistakes happen, and as I mentioned, there's no real danger here. It's just time loss. So it looks like we are approaching the end of the grind. Again, our goal here, we actually have 2 goals. Part is just to to increase our party's level in general, but also to get level 24 for our wizard, the character on the right. Currently at 23, we'd hoped to learn Bykill by this point. Again, that is a 50% random chance at each level over 21. We have not learned it yet. We do need it for a lot of the rest of the game, especially the end game. And so we do have to make our way up to that point. And there's an option, especially if you're trying to push the time. There is an option instead to go ahead with the next couple segments of the run using a wizard instead of our intended wizard fighter. In which case we have to switch strats up a bit, because if you don't have Bykill, obviously you're not dealing as much damage. Then you need to switch over to sap strats. Sap being a spell that reduces an enemy's defense. In this game, reduces it to 0, which is very nice.
危なっ。
See, this is a very safe grind. Crimson not even stopping to heal here. We do have a few heals on our hero if we need. We have. I assume he's got a number of medical herbs in his inventory. Very safe grind. Sometimes it just wants to swing its arms. And we sit there and let it. There we go.
Finish.
We are... Could be pretty close to done. Yeah, we see here, we are going to be, yep, like Scarred Shadow was saying, we are going to go ahead and kill off Pilgrim here to funnel experience a bit.
Bykill! Bykill, come on! Come on, Bykill!
Many levels, yes, but the one we are most interested in is the one that is coming up here very shortly.
Come on, Bykill! Come on! No!
And there was no level there. Oh my goodness. Yes, I believe too, Nacho, but did not happen. SS, thank you for responding there in chat. Yes, SS is short for single segment, means no resetting, no save and reset. We are into 1/16th category here. 1/16th territory, rather. Yes, we had 4 chances, 4 coin flips. We lost them all. This is probably my fault because at the beginning of my Lunar run, I won 4 50% coin flips in a row. So, sorry, Crimson. I lost the 5th one, so maybe that's a good sign. again, because this is single segment, we don't have the option of just resetting and trying again. We do have to keep on going, and that is one thing, by the way. One reason why the single segment is interesting, because in a non-single segment, typical, say, in any percent speedrun, what you might do is grind right up to before, say, level 21 or 22, or whichever level you want to go to. Stop right before that, save, then just fight a single additional enemy, get the level. Do you get Bykill? Yes, great. No, reset, try it again. And you only have to do that one quick encounter. Whereas here, we have to grind an entire additional level to get another chance at Bykill. So this is, it's why this category can be really interesting in a race, because you can have somebody making really good progress up to this point, now all of a sudden, oops, they don't get Bykill. You know, what decision are they going to make? Are they going to grind another level? Are they going to go forward, get experience from progressing the game, but also take the higher risk of taking a death because they don't have that second fighter with them, because they don't have Bykill to boost their damage. But here, I presume for marathon safety, Crimson is just going to grind until it pops up, and it, should pop up. We hope it will pop up eventually. Yeah. Now, stats, of course, do have a cap. We just saw Crimson use speed up and got 0 agility on everybody, so that means agility is capped for the entire party. They will be going, at this point, guaranteed to act first, and so that means they can kill off the Elysian birds before they run away. And I would imagine at this point that once we get the requisite number of birds, the Crimson will just go ahead and kill off everybody but the wizard, because probably don't need any more levels on the rest of the party at this point. We are well into marathon luck territory here. This game can be brutal at times, no question. But yes, our mage is going to be quite buff indeed. The initial trilogy, the Roto trilogy, is especially in its original Famicom NES incarnation, can be pretty brutal at times. One, not so much. This game, certainly, and 2, even more so, yes. 2 was an experience for sure. Dragon Quest 2, Dragon Warrior 2. I will say I haven't actually played the recent remakes. I suspect I hear they have been tuned a bit to be more in line with modern player expectations, which is perfectly reasonable. It is getting close to 40 years since the first ones came out. I think this year actually is 40th anniversary of Dragon Quest 1. In their original incarnations, 2 is probably the hardest one of the trilogies. It's the one that is least forgiving, shall we say. Yes. Yeah, and for absolute clarity, yes, I am of the generation which played these on the NES in their original incarnation as a child. And 1 was fun, 2 was, I spent a lot of time on it, shall we say. Yeah. 3 I think is the point where they started figuring out how, the design, good design plans for RPGs. And remember, these were among the first console RPGs that ever existed. This game, Final Fantasy 1, as well. Final Fantasy 2, the game that we now call Final Fantasy 2, as opposed to 4, which was originally 2 on the Super NES. Final Fantasy 2 is another interesting one where they were still very much experimenting with how should we make an RPG. What is good, what works, what doesn't work. Nobody knew at that time. It's all very much experimenting, playing around. And this game, I think, is the one where the Final Fantasy 3 as well. The games where the teams started understanding, what makes a game fun, what is good balance, etc. But yes, 2 on the NES and on the Famicom was a very brutal game. Yep, I got the Silver Devil. The Blizzard. It's the Blizzard that can Silver Devil do as well, I think. But yeah, the Blizzards that just one shot your entire party. Suffice to say, there were multiple. Yeah, the sacrifices is terrible, but it was the Blizzards that really got on my nerves in Dragon Quest 2, because that's not a guarantee. That is a chance to kill, and when it just wipes out your entire party in one shot, even though you had a chance to survive, it's kind of here we go again. One of the really subtle things, though, that I loved about 2 on the NES was the fact that when an enemy uses that beat or defeat the instant death spell, the screen color changes, the text color changes before it shows the death text. So as soon as you see the color change, oh no, I'm about to see disaster. It was just I'm sure it was not designed. It was just a side effect of how they programmed the game, but it was a little thing that definitely stuck in my memory. You're still yes. In the modern Dragon Quest, they're now called Whack and Thwack. I think Kathwack also. The original. So that's an interesting topic as well. I believe it was Dragon Quest VIII where they changed the naming of the spells. In the original NES versions, they used pretty straightforward names: beat, defeat. The fire spells are blaze, blaze more, blaze most. Which is definitely understandable to a US audience, but the Japanese is much closer to to the modern names like Frizzle or Kathwack. It's not a direct, it's not like a literal word in Japanese language. It's more of a sound, an onomatopoeia type of word that evinces the particular effect of the spell. So in that sense, I think it is a good change that they made in Dragon Quest VIII to change up the spell names, to give a better, in a localization sense, and I'm someone who's worked in localization as well. You do want to try and give the same feeling to your target audience as the original audience got out of it. But I do believe that was a good change that needed to be made for the Dragon Quest series in English, to switch to the like the whoosh or thwack or frizzle, those sorts of names. But as someone who grew up with the NES names, you know, I do have a very, you know, nostalgic attachment to Blaze Most, Infernos, Beat, Defeat, those sorts of the simpler spell names. I'm not going to say they're better, but I am going to say I'm nostalgic for them. So there you go. That is why I said Beat and Defeat. But yes, in the modern iterations, they are thwack and or whack and thwack rather. Kuthwack does not appear until a bit later in the series. Zing! Yep. Okay, someone, again, so someone's just come in, anyone who's just come into the stream. What we are doing here, we are grinding experience for our wizard, who is the character on the right, the one currently at level 24. We're at the point where we need our wizard, excuse me, to learn the spell Bykill. It's the spell that doubles any character's attack power. Obviously, going to be very useful against the boss fights to come. Unfortunately, Bykill is only a 50% chance to learn, and there is no cap on learning the spell. You can learn it at level 21. You may go all the way to level 99 and not learn it. We hope that will not happen. But we need that spell. What's going to happen is, after we get that spell, our wizard is going to change class. One of the unique features of this particular iteration of Dragon Quest. Going to change class to fighter. We're going to have a fighter who can also use magic spells. But we do need to get Bykill, because, of course, once we change class to fighter, it's you know, obviously they're not going to learn any spells anymore, because they are no longer the wizard class. They keep what they've already learned, but they don't learn anything new. So we have to get that Bykill, and unfortunately, we've been hit with marathon luck. The Bykill, wizard will learn Bykill starting at level 21, but only with a 50% chance each level, and so we are in 1/16th territory already, and we just have to keep going until we get it. Now, yes, the more we, the longer it takes, obviously, the more questing for Gloria we get, which is I believe, a great thing as well. So, enjoy that. Enjoy all of the Elysian birds. Yes. I don't know. I would imagine that in the remakes they would probably have put a cap on this, because that is I think more what modern players typically would expect. But in this day, again, you know, it was very raw, shall we say. If it is a chance, it is a chance, and there's a chance you never get it. So yeah, specifically on this fight, what we have is this green ape enemy called a Kong. This will periodically, randomly, summon Elysium birds, which is the bird enemy that we are fighting. We've set up we've buffed our party so that we are guaranteed to act first. And it looks like here we are finishing this this fight. We're going to kill off all of our party members here to funnel the experience, because this is a game where experience is divided among party members. So by killing off all the rest of our enemies, we funnel all of that experience into the wizard. The Kong here is summoning more birds than we really needed. But yes, we are funneling all that experience now. We'll gain 1, maybe 2 levels, depending on how many birds we've killed. I haven't been counting. But anyway, gain hopefully enough levels to learn Bykill. Thank you, Reiska, for putting that in chat. But yes, now we just go to kill off the Kong. The wizard has a poison needle equipped. This does 1 damage to every enemy but has a 1/8 chance to instantly kill the enemy. And so we are just waiting for that 1/8 proc to hit. And again, we are well and truly buffed, so the wizard is not in any danger of dying here. It's just we have to wait for the proc. And
Come on!
there it is. And now, pray to RNG.
Nice
We get
Bykill! Nice Bykill!
There we go. That's what we are looking for. It's learn the new spell message on the. At long last.
Oh my god!
Oh wait, do we not? Do we not have Bykill? Is that some that other stuff? We do not have what? We saw 2 spells. I was assuming one of them was Bykill, but it was not. There is no Bykill in that spell list. We now have This is We are now in 1 in 64 territory, folks. 1 in 64. So yes, at this point, we are going to go ahead and advance the run. As I mentioned before, there are backup strats for some of the upcoming fights with a wizard. Because we don't have Bykill, we are going to have to rely on sap to reduce enemy defense to get in more damage. And we are going to hope that, as we progress the next bit of the game, more fights naturally, including bosses, that we will eventually pick up Bykill on our wizard. This is absolute marathon luck. Again, stopping here at the But in this game, it is straight up a church. So that is one thing I don't recall if High Spirits. I don't know if High Spirits would have talked about it, but there are some. Nintendo was pretty strict in terms of censorship back in these days. Among other things, said no religious references, and so what was explicitly a church in this game became a house of healing in the Dragon Warrior, the English releases on the NES. But yes, using that to revive our characters, rather. And then we are going to be... So we're selling off a bit of equipment there. Probably picking up... yes, there we go. The Sacred Robe for our priest. Cloak of Evasion on the hero. So we have to... This isn't quite the intended armor setup, again, because we have to deal with the fact that we're still on Wizard rather than Wizard Fighter. We will continue fighting encounters along the way. Normally, this is where we would be getting levels for our newly minted Wizard Fighter, but still a wizard. So at this point, it is getting levels with the hope that we get Bykill soon. Some of these fights are easier, some of them are harder, some of them are not worth taking the time to kill, and so Crimson's going to be making that decision, with each fight. But one thing Dragon Quest III does have, even in this original Famicom version, is a cap on fleeing. So your flee chance is 50% the first 2 tries, 75% the third try, and then 100% the fourth try. So if you fail to flee 3 times, you are guaranteed on the 4th. In some encounters, you may be dead by the 4th time. So that's cases where Crimson actually will choose to fight the encounter, mostly later in the game. But here is, frequently going to be a choice between killing and fleeing, depending on the encounter. One level for our priest there, who, we did kill off once, in fairness, so is a little bit behind. That's all. That is all part of the plan. We're stopping here in cave. This is the cave southeast of Samanau. We're going to grab we're going to grab a seed along the way, but our main purpose here is to get the Mirror of Ra, which we can use to expose the next boss, who is currently masquerading as someone else. He does not have any right to be. Making use of the very useful parry glitch. So this is technically a glitchless run, but parry glitch was actually something I believe is mentioned in the original manual. Certainly mentioned in various guidebooks, and was accepted as part of the game. So we do.
Come on!
We have level. Do we get a spell? What did we get? We got Bykill at long last. At long last, we finally have Bykill. On the 7th try. On the 7th try, we have Bykill, and so we are going to continue through this cave. We are here deliberately, as I mentioned, getting the Mirror of Ra, which will. It took 7 levels actually, but yeah. Will expose the next boss. So this is a required story item. But we can, at long last, change our wizard over to a fighter and proceed with the original route as planned. The strength seed that we just picked up, that increases character's strength by random 1 to 3 points. We lucked out and got the high roll there, got a 3. Doesn't make a huge difference, it's just, every extra bit helps. But, yeah, we will be picking those up and using them, across the board on appropriate characters throughout the rest of the run. The classic encounter on the treasure chest, and again the parry. So I mentioned in passing the parry glitch. What that is, when you use the parry command in this game, that command takes effect immediately, even if you then cancel out and go back to a previous character's menu. Obviously, you can't do this on all 4 characters, because if you parry with the final character, that's the end of your input. But the first 3 characters in your 4-character party, you can parry, which is, defend, reduces damage by half. And then go back and choose a different command, and you still take half damage from any attacks that turn. Very commonly used in all categories of the run. And and as you saw there, you can even use it before fleeing, so that if you fail to flee, you only take half damage from the enemies that turn. So stopping here, finally picking up the Iron Claw that we intended to use, that we will be equipping on our Wizard Fighter. Lamp of Darkness, because the boss that we need to fight is only available at night. Asterisk. So this is a glitch which is not permitted in this category. The boss here is only visible at night, but they forgot to take out the special logic for using when you. So what happens is we're going to go up to the king, who is in fact a monster. We're going to use the Mirror of Ra, which you just picked up, that will expose the king as the monster, and then we fight. It's our next boss. But the developers forgot to take out that special logic for the Mirror of Ra, and you can use it during daytime. Which just saves a bit of time getting up to. You don't have to change it to night. Don't have to go around this this backward entrance. But that is a glitch which is not permitted in this this glitchless category. So you have to kind of go around, sneak our way into the king's bedroom rather than walk into the throne room as it would normally be open. So there we go. This is our fake king. This is a real boss. It is a boss troll, in fact. And so we are going to try and get this kill as quickly as possible, because the boss troll is in fact a very scary enemy. We're gonna quick get our buffs up, our speed buffs, our Bykills, which we finally have. You see, doing a lot more damage there already. Also, gonna drop a sap here, see if that hits. Should hit. Nice crit, nice Kaishin to get the kill, and boss troll is out of the way. Yes, this is this fight is of course not nearly as dangerous if your entire party is higher level, but you know we are proceeding. Ideally, we don't even grind as much as we have, but the RNG did not cooperate on the wizard. So here we are back at Dharma. And finally, we are going to give our wizard a new class. That symbol in the background, the classic Japanese temple symbol, the manji symbol. Another thing that they removed. In that case, that's a fair localization change, though, because that symbol, at best, has no meaning. At worst, is misinterpreted as the reverse symbol. So that's a perfectly fair one to remove from the English localization. But in this version, yes, it is. That would say this is a a holy place, a temple to a Japanese player, and so that's why that was there. But our level 27 wizard, who normally would not be anywhere near that, is now a level 1 fighter who can also use magic. Including the very important spell Bykill, and so we are going to go ahead and swap out some old equipment, drop our staves of force that we used in that grind, and set up to proceed. That's an iron mask that we are picking up for. That will go on the. That's going on the original fighter, but yeah, we'll be setting up an iron mask on both, and of course, money routing is also another thing. So I don't know if it's been mentioned yet, but when you wipe in this game, you lose half your money. You are sent back to your last save location, and you lose half your money. In any other category, you would just reset. Because it sends you back to your last save anyway. In this category, you're not allowed to reset, and so you have to accept the money loss. And it's very important that we manage that money along the way to not lose it. So one thing we picked up there from the boss troll, an item called the Staff of Staff of Change. We're actually going to trade that in. That's an interesting thing. It changes your party, your sprites, sprites in your party to a different, like a random townsperson or monster sprite. In this game, it is only effectively a plot coupon. We traded it in there for the Sailor's Thighbone, which we need to get onto the ghost ship, which is sitting around right there. And we will trade that in, or well, we don't trade it in, but we will use it to get the Locket of Love. Again, this is a long, basically it's a trade chain to get it, to finally get the Sword of Gaia, which will open our way to the Necrogond. Very big, very scary. Probably the scariest dungeon in the run. The very long, very rough dungeon. Not the final dungeon, surprisingly, but that particular dungeon is one that definitely, it's a thing. It merits its own section in guides level of dungeon. But yes, this is just a big fetch quest series. Oh, as you see, our wizard newly turned fighter is getting a bunch of levels because they got reset to level 1, and as you see, they still have MP. The MP is carried over from when they were a wizard. They will not get any more MP. They will not get any more spells. But they can use anything they've already learned, and then so the whole point there is to get a physical attacker who can also use Bykill, because Bykill doubles attack power but does not double magic damage, and for that reason, physical attacks are generally more powerful in this game, and so we go with a physical-oriented setup. Our party now, by the way, order. In party order, we have the first fighter, the original fighter, the hero, our newly minted wizard fighter, and the priest in the back. So there is a bit of party order importance in battle. Physical attacks and a few others, but mainly regular physical attacks from enemies, will target the front characters more often than the back. It's the usual party order mechanic that you would expect. Spells don't. Spells target randomly, and certain enemies also target completely randomly. There's an interesting kind of a not quite the same intelligence stat as characters, but an intelligence level for enemies. There are 3 different levels. And at the lowest level, enemies are just, they have no intelligence whatsoever and hit completely randomly. It is only when enemies get smarter that they learn that, yes, it is smarter to hit the people in front. Funnily enough, actually it is not. It is smarter to hit the people in the back. But yes, because of that, some enemies, their physical attacks can hit anyone, but bosses in particular will always hit the front people more often, and so we generally put your weaker people, like the priest, in the back. Again, going forward, we do obviously still want to get our newly minted fighter, the wizard fighter, more levels. So we will be fighting encounters, and our party as a whole, more levels. So we will be fighting most encounters that we hit along the way. Partly to get those levels, partly because, as I was saying earlier, the later you go in the game, the more dangerous it gets to run, and so sometimes it is in fact safer to fight encounters. But we are now heading on to the next part of our fetch quest. We picked up we traded the Staff of Change for the Sailor's Thighbone. You use the Sailor's Thighbone. What that does is it allows you to access the ghost ship, which is an interesting mechanic. It's an interesting way they implemented it in the game. If you do not have that Sailor's Thighbone, the ghost ship is always forced halfway across the world from your current location, and so you can never encounter it. Once you get that, it goes back to its usual movement, and then you can encounter it normally. Pick up the Locket of Love, which is hidden on that, and make your way to the Promontory of Olivia. And we will find a spirit crying out for her lost love. We do still have a couple of useful attack items in our inventory, like the Staff of Thunder, Because of course the one downside of physical characters is generally they only have single target attacks. It was not until can't recall where it was along the series, probably 6 or 7, where we started having physical characters who could attack multiple targets at once. In this era, it was those multi-target attacks were limited to spellcasters only. Unless you had specific items, such as the Staff of Thunder, which still cast spells. They are still magic attacks. You can't buff them with Bykill. So we do want to have those items available for when we get these encounters with large numbers of enemies. Not particularly strong, but there's a lot of them, and fighting them one at a time is just time-consuming. So we do keep those around. We'll be using those as we go, very much as we go forward. Here we are, Promontory of Olivia. Spirit calls out to us, and we must use this is where we use the Locket of Love. Memories of Love in the Japanese name. Spirit recalls her lover and lets us pass through. In this little shrine jail, I believe it is, we find that final sword of Gaia, which was the final object of our fetch quests here. It's a good sword in its own right, and we equip it now, but its final purpose is to again to unlock the way to the Necrogon, which is not the final dungeon, but it is a difficult dungeon which we have to pass through to pick up another required plot item. So at this point in the story, we are searching for 6 orbs to unlock the legendary bird Ramia, and those are scattered around the world, as you might see. So in that sense, this actually is a fairly open world game. In modern terminology, there are only a few very specific story beats that you have to hit along the way, and mostly it is search out what you need to defeat the great evil Baramos. And we are at so this is kind of the major step of that. In order to get to Baramos' castle, because it's surrounded by water and you can't cross water, we need a bird. And that bird, to awaken that bird, we require 6 orbs. We are stopping in this gigantic forest here, by the way. This will be the source of a leaf of the world tree. Very important. One notable feature of these very early games is that it was next to impossible to revive party members who were killed in battle. This Leaf of the World tree is such an item. Interestingly, in Dragon Quest II, which is the first game that had multiple people in your party, I believe you could not actually use this in battle. The only way to revive during battle was with the prince's well, these days we would call it the Zing spell. And Leaf only worked outside of battle. In this game, you can use it in battle as well, but you can only ever have one in your inventory. In order to get it, you go to that specific point on the world map and search, and if you don't have one, you find it. If you do have one, somebody's inventory, you cannot get a second. So again, you have one revive chance, plus, you know, once your priest learns Zing, then you have a second. But it is your only guaranteed revive chance, and probably the only... We don't get up to Kazing. I think actually there's only a sage in this version that can even learn Kazing. But we do not get it either way. So the only guaranteed revive we have in this run is the World Tree Leaf. We are allowed exactly one at any given time. So making sure your characters don't die is a very big part of this run. But we've now made our way to Japan. Fairly familiar sounding name. We're going to work our way through this cave, and this is going to be, again, one of the locations of the orbs. 6 colored orbs that we are looking for. As you travel this world, explore the, and here we are at the Orochi. Orochi being, by the way, the name of a mythical serpent beast in Japanese mythology. So again, the link to Japan. But yes, as you may see as you're traveling around the world, it's a very familiar-looking map. The castle town of Eginbear, as I called it as a child, is actually intended to be pronounced Eginbear, for reasons you may recognize, etc., etc. Magic Wizard picking up levels pretty quickly here, and of course it's very nice in the Japanese version that the text is so fast compared to English, where you have typically twice as many lines and level ups are that much slower. But healing ourselves up before a boss fight, obviously. We are swapping the Meteorite armband over to the Pilgrim here, so that they can heal up. So they're guaranteed to heal up the beginning of the turn, essentially out-turning Orochi. So we can heal up damage from the previous turn before we take more this turn. So you're going to attempt to sleep here and see if it works out. See, we see why we want to sleep, because we're getting these double fire breaths on everybody. Did not sleep. But there's the sleep. So Orochi is now asleep. Happily in this game, hitting an enemy while it's asleep does not wake them up, and so we can just lay on the damage with a bit of safety. Unfortunately, first turn wake up, but that also happens. But we did... essentially, that gave us a turn to get our buffs up reasonably safely. We now have a bunch of Bykill out. We got Sap on as well. Orochi still hurts, but we should take this out, yep, pretty quickly. And that's the power of Bykill. That is why it's so important to get Bykill. Why we actually went 7 levels just in order to get that spell. We injured the Orochi, did not kill it. It escapes through this teleporter, and we are going to follow it straight through. If you play this casually and you happen to know what the next part of the story is, you may be tempted to just outside. Don't do that. It resets the story flags and you have to fight from this version all over again. You do have to go through this teleporter to advance to the next stage. So it turns out that Orochi was, again, pretending to be the leader of this town. And in this case, we don't need a Mirror of Ra, we just declare that we know who you are, and the Orochi gives up, shows its true form, and this time we can kill it for real. It is in fact exactly the same enemy as last time, same stats, same everything, and same strat. Put it to sleep, get our buffs up, and then just a turn or two of all-out attacking will take it down. Also equipping the Sword of Orochi that we got from the previous battle. It's a guaranteed drop from the boss. The one very minor optimization that we see Crimson doing throughout the run is when he wants to equip a weapon, he will use the battle menu to do that, because you can then equip it and attack on the same turn. Just one tiny optimization, and Crimson has put in a lot of optimization on this run. He has Crimson gave me his speedrun notes for this category, and it's very detailed. Put a lot of effort into really optimizing this. You know, obviously, since it is glitchless, since it's any percent glitchless single segment, that's the SS for anyone who's come in recently in the category name. Single segment meaning you cannot reset. You have to accept whatever RNG you get. That is why the wizard went all the way to level 27 before we got Bykill. But nonetheless, there is plenty of things that can be optimized throughout the run. Crimson's put a lot of effort into doing that. So you're going to be seeing that throughout the run.
Japanese time okay?
Go ahead.
祈りが壊れてしまったので、ちょっと、本来はやらないんですが、重要アイテムを預けて薬草を、その分持ちます。ありがとう。
なるほど。We're going to be doing a bit of safety strats here. Normally, Crimson would not spend the time to dump. So we're at the vault, by the way, in Aliahan, the first town. This will allow you to store any item you like. It will then cost some amount of money based on its cost to pick it up when you want. What he's doing right here is storing all of the special items, key items as we call them these days, that we're not going to use again in the run. It's just they had one purpose, we've used them, and we're going to put them away here to make room for more herbs, because if you recall the wizard's ring that Crimson picked up earlier broke on its first use. That is an MP restore item. It has it restores a certain amount of MP, has a 10% chance to break every use. And of course, marathon luck means it broke the first time for us. Because we don't have that backup, we're not going to pick up a bunch of extra herbs for healing. Because normally we would have the pilgrim use the wizard ring just to get MP back after healing, after fights. We don't have that option anymore. So, in order to make room for more herbs on the character's inventory, because again, each character can only hold 8 items, and there is no bag in this game like there is in later Dragon Quest, or I presume in the remakes as well. This game, you can only have the 8 items on each character, 32 in total, and so in order to make room for more herbs, putting away those key items that we will not be using anymore. A quick stop here in Asaram. And this is where we are going to head to the Necrogon, the very dangerous dungeon I mentioned earlier, probably the most well-known dungeon in this game. Again, this is not the final dungeon or anything like it. It is simply a very long, very difficult dungeon that is placed at this point. And we have to go through it in order to get, again, one of the orbs that we need to awaken Ramia. I'm fairly certain it was the last orb that I went for when I played this casual. Because, again, a very rough dungeon. So here we are using the Sword of Gaia, awaken this volcano, and thereby leave us a lava path which we can walk on to reach. So you see the very cleverly placed stream there, which is blocking our way to the Necrogon entrance. But volcano lays down some lava for us, the lava cools, and we can then cross the stream. inventory manipulation here because we want to put the meteorite armband on our wizard fighter for the upcoming fight. This meteorite armband, we only get one over the course of the run. It doubles the character's agility, straight up doubles it, which is obviously a very big factor. Very very important in controlling turn order. So we're going to be putting it on whichever character will give us the most. It will give us the most benefit at each stage of the game. And that's not always the same character. In fact, we will likely be changing it over at different points within this upcoming Cave to Necrogon, because different enemies spawn on each of the floors, and we will be using different strats for each group of encounters. A lot of this, very detailed strats that Crimson is set up to for maximum safety. Again, because if we take a wipe and we lose half our money, we have to accept that. We can't just reset in this category. So it is very important to stay safe. Bring out our Staff of Thunder to clear these enemies. Another thing worth noting is that we will have a chance to pick up additional wizard rings later, but our wizard who changed class into fighter can no longer use the wizard rings to restore MP. Their only way to get MP back outside of inns is through the Rob Magic spell, which is another one I assume they have renamed in more recent versions. In the original Dragon Warrior 3, it was called Rob Magic, and as the name implies, steals magic from an enemy, but also potentially from a party member, because you can use party attacks in this game. Now, if you're looking on the world map, those the two entrances to the Cave of Necrogon looked pretty close together. This is actually a very, very long dungeon, so we are going to be here for a while. It's very dangerous. It's very strong enemies. We're going to be also making use of Expel, as we did there, to eliminate which enemies we can. Again, here we see making use of the herbs that we picked up just a moment ago. Normally, it's the thing where we could use the Pilgrim's healing spells and then just pop a wizard ring when the Pilgrim got low. But we don't have that option anymore. The game very nicely robbed us of it much earlier, and so we are using the backup strats of herbs. And we hope we don't run out, because then we have to leave the dungeon, go back, get more, and do it all over again. There are no checkpoints in this dungeon either, because you have to do the entire thing in one go. One thing that really separates the really good runners from others is being able to make the right decisions on the fly as these battles come up. We've seen how quickly Crimson goes through the menus. Seeing the enemies and immediately knowing, okay, for this battle I need to take this strat, I need to have this person do that, and that other person do the other thing. One of the things that I personally find really interesting enjoyable about RPG speedrun is that rather than testing execution, they are much more a test of decision-making ability. Can you think on your feet? Can you come up with the right decisions on the fly? And it is really nice to see to watch a good speedrunner like Crimson just kind of blast through all of these different encounters, and just and nonetheless survive them all. Staff of Thunder making nice quick work of those. And again, part of the reason we are fighting these battles is, of course, to continue getting levels for our party. We will need a lot more levels before we hit endgame. We will have to take a lot of the fights that we encounter here. This is an interesting enemy, by the way, in a linguistic sense. The original name, as we see it here, is Hollow Ghost. Now, as we recall, it says this. No one has ever given an explicit, and I think the developers probably would not at this point give a deliberate reason why they chose that particular name. It's obviously a ghost, as we can see from the image, but it is presumed that the name was was intended as a pun on. And I'll stop that for just a moment because we just picked up the Sword of Thunder, and again we'll be equipping that in the next battle we get into. But this Hollow Ghost enemy. One interpretation is hologram ghost. Honestly, the way I, as a child, interpreted it. But it is generally seen these days as having been intended as a pun on the word Holocaust, which sounds very similar in Japanese. And now, back in these days, Japan is still very much an insular society, and these kind of foreign culture things were just words to be played with. These days, of course, it is it's obviously a much more sensitive issue, even within Japan. Not to mention having these games localized to English, and in the remake of this game, and in fact in the online Dragon Quest X as well, the enemy name was actually changed, which is something that I honestly never expected to see Square Enix do, and I think it's cool to see that kind of respect for changing norms of society. But yeah, in this game, this original version, it was in fact called the Hollow Ghost for whatever reason they may have chosen. Yes, Countess, we got some use out of the Blizzard spell that we had never intended to learn, but ended up getting because we had to grind our wizard so far to finally learn Bykill. Yeah. And again, being able to take advantage of those unexpected gains, unexpected benefits, another sign of good speedrunner. But the one chest that we were looking for was that Sword of Thunder in this cave. We picked that up. It's also usable as an item, but it is also a very good sword in its own right, and we have it equipped now on the hero. And from this point, it is just going to be make our way through the rest of the cave. Don't die. Make use of all those herbs that we picked up. We may actually be out of herbs at this point because I see Crimson using the Pilgrim spells, and as I mentioned earlier, Pilgrim has no way to restore MP at this point. In this era, the games were very unforgiving in terms of methods for restoring anything but HP. So MP restore, you had your Wizard's Ring, your very difficult to find Wizard's Ring. There's only a few you can pick up until the very end of the game. And for recovery, you have either the Zing spell, which a priest learns very, very far along, compared to levels you can be at in the speedrun, or the single leaf of the World Tree you can pick up at any given time. Very limited recovery methods. You have to basically, for any given dungeon, cave, whatever, what you go in with is what you're stuck with, and you have to somehow manage your resources to make it all the way through the cave. And that is a major reason why this Cave of Necrogond is so difficult to get through. Aside from the fact that it's a maze, and if you take the wrong path, you get dumped down into a previous floor. Which is one reason why playing casually, this is as bad a dungeon as it is. You will probably go through each floor 2 or 3 times before you finally make your way to the exit. And during that time, it is very easy to, again, run out of resources and have to leave and, pick up your, get a new set of herbs, go back to the inn, etc. Even in a speedrun, it is dangerous because we know where we're going, but we're also lower level than we would typically be in a casual run. And so we have to manage our resources in order to survive all the way through. It's a 5-floor dungeon until we finally make our way to the exit. And many of the encounters can be dangerous. Wizard Fighter is, however, making good progress in levels again. Of course, as I mentioned, the wizard, when you change class in this game, you do go back to level 1, but also that resets your experience points to 0, and encounters at this point give you a solid chunk of experience. So these first few levels, 10, 15 levels on your new class, go very quickly. In terms of knowing that you can easily take out these ice clouds with a couple of AoE spells, and so doesn't even bother attacking with the last 2 party members, just sets them to defend. Lots of damage for these guys. These guys, by the way, do have double attacks. They also have Scorching Breath, which is a party-wide paralysis attack. It is, it's not guaranteed to hit, but we see our hero. We now have 2 people paralyzed.
回復がない.
And we have no way to recover them. We just have to hope that there is a 1 in 16 chance to, but we did make it out of the cave. 1 in 16 chance to recover paralysis while walking, but yeah, we could be in trouble here. We hope we are not. We got away, good. Final step. It's always the last step in catch, but we got away. We made our way to the Silver Orb Shrine. So again, this is the whole reason for coming here, was to get the Silver Orb, which we need to wake up Ramia. And so it's interesting because each orb has kind of a different mechanic that you need to get it. The Silver Orb is just straight up very difficult dungeon. You have to survive the dungeon, make your way to the far side. The Red Orb, which we got earlier in, or is that the Purple Orb rather, we got from Orochi from defeating a boss. And each of the different orbs has kind of a different way to get it, which is, I think, a neat way to build, to kind of include all of the different game systems in the in the game. Give players a reason to play around with each of them, not instead of just being the same thing over and over. It's one of the orbs we'll be getting later requires you to build up a town, which playing casually can be kind of fun to see how the town changes. Obviously, in the speedrun, we're just going to speed it through its stages until we can get the orb. There's one orb which is hidden in a chest, which you can only access at night, etc., etc. It's very interesting design from a game design standpoint. But anyway, we just barely, but nonetheless, survived the Necrogond cave. We are now coming back to get the Blue Orb. Our next goal. A quick little walk around the outside of the town here. This is the town of Lancel. So this is another kind of interesting, again, different way to get the orb. Here we are going to be asked to take a solo run down a dungeon. So we leave our party behind. There are some interesting things you can do in this state, but of course this is a glitchless run, and therefore we cannot do those things. We walk out the inside. Obviously this cave, you can't get to it except through that guy who forces you into a single-person party. And so our hero here has to survive this dungeon all alone. Get to the end, pick up the Blue Orb. It's fortunately a fairly low encounter rate dungeon. When you do get an encounter, it can be a pretty scary one. Of course, knows exactly where to go. That second floor can be, if you're just coming for the first time, you can spend a long time trying to find the next stairway, which is as it's designed, and of course while you were doing that you were taking encounters and possibly dying. Yes, here is the purple ape that I was recalling earlier. Simeon, I believe, was the English name. Here it is Killer Ape, just straight up. Fortunately, it does not kill us. Mysterious voices trying to scare us off. This Blue Orb, immediately just jump out and get our party back. Nice and quick. Yep. Taking it in there, and then we're going to, so picking up some new wings, we're going to head over to that new, the town orb that I mentioned. In order to do that, we have to have a merchant in our party. So here we're going to change up our party a bit and take out our pilgrim for the moment and bring in a merchant. Merchant will not be and will not be doing anything, or is not intended to be doing anything battle-wise. Only for the purpose of we do need a merchant in order to advance the quest for this. What we see now is just an empty square. No battles, excellent. No encounters at all. Just go straight in, talk to the guy. So this guy wants to build a town here. He wants a merchant to help him build it up, and that is why we bring this merchant along. And play casually, it may be a thing where you've had a merchant in your party for a while, and now you're faced with the decision of, do you, part with this? Do you leave this character behind for good? But here, we create a merchant for the sole purpose of advancing this quest. And yes, I see each time we go into the town, it has grown a little bit more until finally it has grown far enough. And there are a lot of interesting things that go on up to this point if you come in and talk to all the NPCs each time. But we come to this point and we find behind this throne-like location a yellow orb, and that was the whole purpose of coming here. Now, what we normally do in the run is at that point, because when the merchant leaves our party, all of their items will be sent to the vault. So typically what we will do is we will give our key items, like the Mirror of Ra, all the stuff we're not going to use anymore, to the merchant, and have the merchant deposit them automatically, because that's much faster than the vault UI user interface. But in this case, again, we had to manually deposit those in the vault earlier because we needed the inventory space for herbs. And that's just how the run goes. That's kind of the beauty of the single segment category. Is that you just gotta roll with what the RNG gives you. You can't use a predetermined route every time. That is at last the final orb that we were looking for. We now have all 6 colors: red, yellow, green, blue, purple, and silver. And we are at Ramia's shrine in Liamland. One by one, dropping those orbs off. Into the now classic awakening scene. Twin priestesses awakening Ramia from her egg. We're doing one final bit of setup, picking up one very important item from the Dragon Queen's castle here. Spear of Light. Very important item for later. A nice bird for a change, indeed. See, not all birds are jerks. We return to Eliahan. We're going to be doing our final setup for the Castle of Baramos. That evil that we have been sent to dispatch. Bunch of herbs here. Not going to completely fill up our inventory, but definitely get enough areas through the rest of the through the Baramos fight. The guest star appearance, Baramos himself.
Let's go, Baramos!
Again, because we cannot reset if we wipe, make sure any gold in the vault is always going to be safe. Even if you wipe, any gold in the vault stays as it is. It is only the gold in hand that is halved when you wipe. So because Baramos is a very difficult fight. Very well, not so much difficult as dangerous, I guess is the word. Dangerous fight. We want to have a little bit of safety against losing our gold, so we cannot reset, get it back. But quick flight over to Baramos' castle, and in we go. We will be able to get a second wizard's ring in this dungeon. However, depending on how much MP we have left as we go through, we may hold off until later. While this is a low encounter rate dungeon, as we see, we do still get encounters. Those encounters all go away after you defeat Baramos, so ideally you want to come back afterward. Come back in after we kill Baramos, just walk around for free and get that wizard ring, but if MP gets low, then, you know, we have to pick it up early. So be it. That's the step guard there to avoid the damage. And again, this is another dungeon where it is very easy to get lost if you're here for your first time. It's a very large dungeon, but obviously as speedrunners, we know exactly where we're going. Crimson does pick up the wizard ring here. Hopefully this one does not break on the first try, as the last one did. But now it is on to Baramos. Those statues have a large amount of health, but we work our way through them. Here again, making use of the parry glitch to reduce the danger of fleeing. For those who've come in recently, parry glitch is a well-known issue with the. Oh, we have a metal babble. Are we going to? No, we're not going to fight that. Not surprised. Not worth the risk, especially with those statues there as well. Yes. Yeah, what was in fact in the manual yet. That was my recollection as well. where you can, if you use the parry command and back out of the menu, then your parry is still active for that turn. So here we go, Baramos fight. Gonna heal up, and switch party order around here, and then it's going to be, as I mentioned, Baramos, very dangerous enemy. We fighter first, fighter, hero, pilgrim, and our magic fighter in the back, and here we go. So this is going to be basically a two-part strat. First part's going to be buffing. Again, buffs, also get debuffs. Ideally get Surround and Sap onto Baramos. Surround reduces the hit rate, so Baramos' attack will miss more often, physical attacks. He's going to put up bounce as well here. And that's another, yeah, I guess normally you don't have bounce at this point, so having pushed that wizard as far as we did comes with an extra benefit here. But yeah, so we're going to be taking a slightly different strat than we normally do, but we're going to be first part of the strat is just get all of the buffs up and debuffs onto Baramos, Surround with Sap, and again, buffs and debuffs both do not wear off in this game. And then we're going into Iron Eyes here. So Iron Eyes basically skips 3 turns of an enemy. Did Surround work? Yeah, I actually, if he's gone into Sap, then yes, Surround would have worked. He is going into Sap, so yeah, we can assume Surround is on. So again, getting up, using Baramos' safer turns to get the buffs up. Baramos is a fully scripted enemy, has a cycle of 4 turns, and so what we can do with Iron Eyes is do our buffs on 1 turn, then use Iron Eyes, skip the next 3, and come back to the same point in the cycle. And when you're Iron Eyes, everything the enemy does is invalidated, and so you just, essentially you're just skipping 3 turns in the cycle. So the turn we're going to end on is a Limbo turn. Limbo is a wonderful spell, which if it hits, sends somebody back to Luisa's place, the pub, where you have to go actually fetch them back into your party. If it actually hits, we are in a lot of trouble. So we hope it doesn't. Yes, it didn't hit. Good. And so it looks like Sap has not gone on yet, so we are going to, again, Iron Eyes back to the same turn. Hope for no Limbo hit. Pray for no Limbo hit. Oh, okay, we are into attacking now. Great, okay. So Limbo, please do not hit. No Limbo hit. Limbo did not hit. We are in good shape. So here we go. So we are now all attacking. So basically, we are intending to kill Baramos before we get to the next Limbo turn. A spell made to grief you, very much so. Yes. So basically, we are all out attacking. The only thing we do here that isn't attack is healing if we need it, as we need it. So you see here throwing out. But however, our priest did get chaos. Priest did... Ooh, that's not good. Oh, we did get him down though. Well, that was very tight. So our priest, by the way, our priest got confused there, right in the middle, which is obviously very dangerous. You don't want your healer confused, but we did survive, and that's the important part. We did survive. Because remember, if we had wiped there, there is no resetting in this category. It's go back and do it all over again with the resources you've already spent.
Oh, earthquake!
And then all of a sudden, yep. No, Baramos was not the last boss. It turns out, the last boss is somebody who hates trumpeters.
Just the way I thought was at peace after defeating Baramos. Something so scary comes out onto what happens to the world. Thank you.
Oh yeah. Nice theory. Nice theory there. Yep. Turns out there is a greater evil than Baramos in the world. And now we have to fight it. So we are headed for the pit of... and into the Dark World. Crimson-san, 誘惑の剣は?
取りました。
So we have already picked up. There's a specific reason. I don't know if High Spirits may have mentioned it at the beginning when Crimson was creating all these characters. Specific reason we have a female, female hero, female fighter is there is an item called the Sword of Illusion, which can only be equipped, also only be used by female characters. Casts Chaos, which is the confusion spell on enemies. So, obviously it would be very useful. And so that is why specifically we have, and there was looks like Crimson picked it up earlier in the run when I was not here, but there is one that is available in the town of Portoga, which we make use of. So here we are. Those of you who've played Dragon Quest 1, setting may be familiar. I'll pick up the Stones of Sunlight here. This time they're upstairs instead of downstairs. Make our way through this unfamiliar to the hero, but familiar to some of us, world.
Wizard Ring.
We're going to stop. We have another wizard ring. This is the mountain cave, which was one of the optional caves in Dragon Quest 1 as well. Here we're going in for a wizard's ring. The second one that we will have as a backup in case our first one breaks. Or, I guess, a third one because we are on the second one already. But hoping for wizard ring. Hoping for wizard rings not breaking going forward, but we will have a spare just in case. Unlike the low-level encounters we saw in the overworld, these dungeon encounters are in fact very very high level. We do have to be careful with them. Unfortunately, these demon knights are in fact vulnerable to expel. Doesn't always work, but works with a pretty good chance, and so we can get rid of them pretty easily. A lot of this. Crimson, again, choosing which battles to fight, which ones to flee from here. It's all about which enemies are the easiest to kill. So we do still want a bit more experience, but, it's what is the fastest way to get that experience? And some fights are just not worth fighting compared to others. And there we saw he did not use the parry glitch on the fourth turn because... once you have failed to flee 3 times in a battle, the 4th flee is always guaranteed, so there's no need to defend on that turn. No need to use the parry glitch. It is nice that they included that. Speaking especially as someone who runs a game where it does not have a cap like that, and you can fail to flee 5 times, or 10 times in a single battle, and things go badly. But here, no. The fourth try is always guaranteed. So picked up the wizard ring, going to go outside, and continue on our way to Hawksness. It's a name that, for those of you who played Dragon Quest 1, Dragon Warrior 1 may have very scary overtones. We'll see how it is in this version. Here's some enemies, by the way. These ghosts have the beat or whack spell, and again, we hope it does not hit. It is very difficult to revive characters. We are close to a town, so it's not disaster, but it's very difficult to revive characters in this game. So never want to see that hit. Here we are, Town of Hawksness, and fancy that, it is an actual functioning town. Drop down here is a very important item we're going to pick up. Is the Oricon, or Orichalcum, as I believe modern versions render it, which is in fairness the original as well. And it's a good thing nothing bad will ever happen to Hawksness. It's a wonderful town. So, interesting thing at Crimson did there, he used the Step Guard spell. We are not obviously we're not anywhere near any poison or barriers or such. We will be, however, and Step Guard lasts for a fixed number of steps. I believe it's 128. Could be 255, I forget. But lasts for a fixed number of steps. And convenient to use it here, just to balance where we are going, where it will have the most effect. Because if you use it before and in, obviously you get back the MP you used to cast it. MP is not a... it's a finite resource, shall we say. And very finite in some cases. So use it before the in, get the MP back, but also still have the effect for, however many steps. I see the experience from battles here has a 1500 experience reward for that one enemy. The fun police, yes, the one strong encounter in this zone of otherwise weak enemies. But does give a good reward. 1500 experience, not shabby. Will help us continue along that level path. Because we do still want a few more levels before we actually get to Zoma. Wonderful Cragpools. So here we are pulling out the Sword of Illusion. Let's see if that lands. Basically, putting on all the debuffs we can. We got Sleep on in that case. So Sleep, obviously, is nice. Lets you get away from battles more easily. But basically, those Cragpools are incredibly dangerous enemies. Anything we can do to make them not attack us, we will take. So, Surround, Sleep, Sword of Illusion, basically pulling out all the stops to keep ourselves safe. As we make our way to the town of Cole. Another interesting thing to note, these names were all very different. I'm not sure if they have changed them up in any of the remakes. But in the original Dragon Warrior releases, the names were changed significantly from their Japanese originals. for example, the city that the castle that we found ourselves at the beginning of this area of Alefgard, we know it in English as Tantegel, but the original Japanese is Radatome. This town of Kol we're going to is Myra. The Hawksness was originally Domdora. And that's a thing that, speaking as someone who's worked in localization, can kind of go either way. There's an argument, especially now that there is so much more, global interconnection. People know about all the other versions. They have resources based on different versions. More Dragicles, which you would not like to fight. Damdara, is it now? But at the same time, is it? You have the question: is the name set easy to remember? And that will vary between cultures. And so the question is: you have to kind of make a choice as a localizer. Do you stay true to the spelling, so to speak, of the original, or do you change it to a name that players of your language will be easier to remember? And I think I see a comment in chat, the Dragon Warrior names feel right, and it's that feeling that, as in localization is so important, because it's like how the say Dragon Warrior 4 is another good example. The character we knew as Ragnar in the original Dragon Warrior 4 in Japanese is named Ryan. And now to a Japanese player, Ryan is a foreign name. Sounds like a name that somebody would have in a European-style country. But to an English speaker, Ryan is just the guy across the street. He's some random, some random person you might know. Whereas Ragnar sounds like a more fantasy style, a name appropriate to the context. And that's why I think that the name changes like Tantegel, Hawksness, Kol, I'm not so sure about Kol. Kol's a kind of weird name, but the other names are a good choice by the original localizers to change names to something that English speakers would feel fit the context. And yeah. Yeah, interesting point there in chat that yes, we did have Breckenary as a separate town name in Dragon Warrior 1, but the original, in fact, Dragon Quest 1 just kept the Tantegel name, or excuse me, the Radatome name for both. Yeah. Yeah, Tina Terra is another good example there in chat from Final Fantasy VI. That Terra definitely sounds like a more fantasy name, whereas Tina, again, somebody you might know, somebody I might know. For example, I know somebody named Tina. But yeah, Terra is definitely more, a less common name, and more sounds like it would fit the fantasy context name. So again, another good choice by the localizer in that case. Good old Ted Woolsey. Yeah. As for the Dragon Quest IV remakes, yeah, that's another entirely separate issue, which, yeah, I definitely have opinions on that choice, but localization is certainly an interesting topic. One can get very deep into those debates. It was an interesting choice in the original Dragon Warrior to go with that, and it's an understandable choice because, of course, a lot of RPGs, adventure games of that era, the early to mid '80s, also took that style, deriving ultimately from Dungeons and Dragons, and it was definitely. "Thou art dead" is a phrase that will stick in my memory forever. Good old Dragon Warrior 1. Yeah, localization is such a deep topic, and one I know even in my own work we have gotten very deep into discussions and debates and arguments over, is this name or that name better? Should we change this or that up? That said, we have made our way to Kol at long last, and we are going to come up here to an item shop, turn in our Orichalcum, or Oricon as it was known in the original Dragon Warrior 3, nice 22k gold, and sell some other stuff. We're looking for a very specific gold target here. We're looking for 35,174 gold, partly for in and wings later, but also for a very specific weapon we would like to pick up. And so here we're going to pull out. We had 8,000 gold in the vault here. We're going to pull that out. We now have well over the 35k that we need. Yeah. And head back. We're going to pick up the well-known Sword of Kings. That's another great sword, the most powerful sword in the game. Also, it can be used as an item to cast Inframost, or I believe it would be Swoosh in the recent remix. Yeah, I'm not convinced on those Dragon Quest IV names. I'll say it was clever, but clever isn't always good. That is my take on it. Clever is not always good. It is not, it is not necessary. It's one of those things where I think they had pressure to pull in the original names when it wasn't really necessary. And there's the 35,000, the Sword of Kings that we are putting on our hero, a couple of Wings of the Wyvern because we still have a couple of teleports to do, and we don't want to spend our our money, our MP on those, and so we will be using wings for those last couple. But yeah, definitely, obviously this is not a localization debate stream. This is a Crimson running Dragon Quest III stream, so I don't want to get too far off topic. But yes, there's a lot of interesting stuff that has gone on over the course of the Dragon Quest series in terms of localization. Yes, we have. We've picked up our Sword of Kings. It's going to have a couple more. There was a quest item we picked up there as well. We picked up the Fairy Flute. You have a slightly different use in this game than it had in Dragon Quest I, but we will be using it to advance the story very shortly. We do have one final real dungeon to do before the end game, and we will be heading there next. The good old Goopies. I played with these guys a lot when I was played Dragon Quest IV in particular casually. Just sit there, let them call. Of course, in Dragon Quest IV, they only call more of themselves. They don't call Granite Titans. So it's a bit of a different dynamic. That's actually a point. Yeah, Zoma is one of the very few that has not undergone a name change. And in that case, it's pretty reasonable. It's a reasonable name for a reasonable English name for a final boss as well. Yes, Shido to Malroth is. I think I kind of fall on the Malroth side on that one, because you have the Mal from Malice in that, whereas in Japanese you have the Shi, which is also the word for death in the name. So in that case, I see kind of pulling in the trying to get that same context of an evil phrase in the name. Oh, here, by the way, we see the step guard from way back in Tantagle. Still effective here, still lets us skip over that barrier, so that's why we used that where we did. But yeah, it's again one of those things. Zoma doesn't have any special meaning to it aside, like say Shido. in Japanese or Malroth in English, and so it's fair to do that. Juo again is literally Dragon Lord, Dragon King if you want to be super literal. And so that's a case where the original name was in fact a Japanese word, and in that case it makes perfect sense to translate it as, you know, as a word rather than keep it as a literal name. You know, all of these different choices that can be made in localization. Yeah, I don't. Yeah, I would be welcome, of course. From I'm also commentating from Japan, so enjoying the fairly nice weather today. But yeah, that's one of the things. Remember, obviously, lot is a possible translation, but because of how the Japanese language works, there are many different ways to translate those two syllables. Roto. Lot is one. Loto is, well, I think it was Loto in the Game Boy Color remix. Roto is, I think, the currently accepted one. Loto and Roto are both just, you know, fine. Roto can be kind of iffy because it can be linked to rotate, you know, the word rotate or rotor or things like that. Yeah. I do imagine, since when they did put out the original Dragon Warrior Roto, okay, yeah, that's what I thought. When they did put out the original Dragon Warrior games, I would assume the localizers had direct access to the Dragon Quest developers, and so they would have been able to ask, okay, what was your point in why did you choose this name? And the developers may well have said, oh yeah, we chose that reference to Lot from the Bible. And the English people have said, oh, no, we can't do that. We got to come up with our own name, and came up with Erdrick. So, you know, I don't know the details behind that. Obviously, I don't know any of the either the developers or the localizers of the originals. Certainly that is a possibility for the origin of Erdrick. Granitites, of course, always very dangerous enemies. Got him put to sleep, so that reduces the danger quite a bit.
Rising Sword!
Oh wow! We got, it's a Thunder Sword there that we just got a random drop from the, a Thor Sword, excuse me, yes. Thor Sword that we got a random drop there from the Granite Titan. We take those. Walking across these tiles very carefully, by the way. Those diamond tiles, you'll see more of them in the last dungeon. But those rotate your inputs. And notice how there is a pit right next to them. If you are just trying to walk across the tile and you're just holding left, you will get thrown into the pit and you will feel very bad. It's a very, very clever little mechanic there. Yes, we got a random dot. I'm not even sure what that's got to be a low chance. It's a 1 in 64. That is a 1 in 64 drop that we just got. So that's kind of the, I guess that is the game's answer to our taking 7 tries to get Bykill, is that it gave us a Thor Sword in the end game. 1 in 64. Great.
Wow.
I mean, if we can get a Metal Battle kill, that would be fantastic.
Nice.
Nice Kaishin! Nice Kaishin. Fun fact, if you get 2 kills in this version, you do not get max experience because you overcap. So we just got, so everybody is getting 10,000 experience here. That's worth a couple of levels on everybody. We're going to be here for a moment. But that is actually, remember, that is distributed among the 4 party members. That's originally 40,200. 2 of those would have been 80,000, which goes over the 64k experience cap in this version of the game. You cannot kill 2 metal babbles in one battle and get full credit for them, is how valuable a metal babble kill is. Very nice. Very nice to see.
すいません、バックサウさん、質問があるんですが、
はい、どうぞ。
エンディングで歌っていいんでしょうか。
多分大丈夫。ちょっと聞いておきます。
はい。
A quick confirmation. Who's in there? Yeah. Oh, to be clear, by the way, there's a question in chat there. It's fine to kill 2 or more in the English version. That's a Famicom-specific restriction on battle experience. In fact, in my RNG manipulated run for Dragon Warrior 3, I do in fact kill 2 metal babbles in one fight at one point, get the full experience from it. クリムゾンさん、OK だそうです。エンディング。はい。And to answer the other question in chat, yes, we will be singing the ending, so look forward to that. We got through that one dungeon. That was Rubus's Tower. That is something that doesn't exist in Dragon Quest 1. But got through there. Rubus had been turned to stone. We used Fairy Flute to wake him up, or her up, excuse me. And get the again, that is part of a fetch quest, which it will ultimately end in us getting the rainbow drop. So it is, again, as in Dragon Quest 1, we do need to build a bridge to what was in that game called the Isle of Sharlock. Here it's the Isle of Zoma because different boss. But we do need that rainbow drop. And like Dragon Quest 1, it is a sequence of fetch quests to get it. The sequence is slightly different here. But the ultimate goal is the same, and that is what we are progressing at the moment. So the big part of that is, yes, to go through that tower and get a token from I believe it is the Sacred Amulet from Rubus. So now we just have a bit of walking to get the last do the last exchanges that we need to get that rainbow drop. That's a question. What happens to the rainbow bridge that you create here after all of the deeds are done and the heroes return? What happens to the bridge? Because obviously it's no longer there in Dragon Quest 1. Maybe it returns to being a drop again, and it's the same drop that ultimately Erdrick picks up in in Dragon Quest 1. Try and maybe recall this area from in Dragon Quest 1, where you pick up Wayland's Love, the token that tells you where you get Wayland's Love, and you use that to find Erdrick's token in that swamp. And here we pick up the Staff of Rain in the swamp instead. And now we have the Staff of Rain, we have the Sunlight Stones from Tantegel Castle, and we have the Sacred Amulet from Rubus, who we just rescued in the tower, which is the tokens that we need to get the Rainbow Drop. Assuming these Craggerpools don't destroy us. We hope they don't. Please don't destroy us. As usual, failing to run, because that is what this game likes to do to you. There we go. Very important to heal up after battles, because as we see, everything is dangerous around here. Especially the Craggerpools. Our good old friend, the Darth Bears. These at least are not as bad, and we can put them to sleep, ideally. Yep, Sword of Kings there. Interesting design decision about the spells in this game, as we pick up the Rainbow Drop here, is the different spells have a different damage variance. In particular, the Infamous, we call the Whoosh series these days, has a very high top end, but a much lower bottom end. So very wide variance compared to the other two, the Fire and the Ice spell sets. Specifically, the Infamous spell, or Kaswoosh, which is cast by Sword of Kings, is a 60 to 120. So literally, it's the range is the same as the base value. It's a huge damage range. So it can do a lot, but it can also do very little. And so if you want to rely on that spell, you have to expect that sometimes you will get low rolls, and you have to follow up with something. But sometimes you'll get high rolls, and things will go very well. Also, these Skullgons need to stop hurting us, please. Okay, good. Again, very sure to stay up, getting the first step encounter, which is one thing that a nice thing that Dragon Quest IV added as kind of a quality of life feature. I don't know if we used that phrase in those days, but in Dragon Quest IV, the first 3 steps you take after an encounter have a reduced encounter rate. It's first 1/8, then 1/4, then 1/2, and then the 4th step you have the original encounter rate. But that reduces the risk of having this. You take 1 step and you get another encounter. You take 1 step, you get another encounter. Because obviously, as a player, that's just frustrating. You're trying to get somewhere, and every single step, something is in your way. But this game does not yet have that quality of life, and so we just have to live with the 1-step encounters. Happily, we do have lots of AoE magic here to take out the Darth Bears. Here we are, final town in the game, Rimudlar. Obviously, those who played Dragon Quest 1, we know this as the town where you finally get your first magic key and can finally open doors. Here it is the final town that we will visit. I believe we can also buy wizard rings here, and see if Crimson chooses to do that. But certainly we want to in. Picking up Ring of Life, which is which restores HP with every step. So it is like the Armor of Radiance, which the hero has on. So now we have we have two characters who will be recovering HP as we walk, which again, it's not it's not a panacea, but does reduce the load on our healer's MP. Taking advantage of our nice load of money, which I presume we got from selling the Sword of Thor, that random the 164 drop. Pick up a couple of extra shields there, just kind of boost our defense. Normally we don't have access to, but hey, marathon luck. Going in the right direction this time. Again, picking up a zombie killer sword there as well, just a more powerful. Oh yes, Mara in chat. Yes, the Japanese version is Bykill, and the sequence is in English is Infernos, Infirmore, Infirmost. So again, like as with Blaze, the meta series, Blaze, Blaze More, Blaze Most. That is the style that the translators, the localizers, chose for the original NES releases of these games. Done what we needed to do in Rimildar, and we are finally making our way to Zoma's castle. There is a funny little glitch. Again, this is a glitchless run, so we cannot take advantage of it here. But because of an oversight in the programming, oh, nice. See if we can pick up this little metal babble here, but nope, of course not. A little oversight means that you can also pick up a leaf of the world tree just north of Rimildar, because it happens to be at the same numeric coordinates as the leaf is in the upper world. That's treated as a bug, and legitimately it is. It is an oversight by the developers, and so it's not allowed in this category, but in just a straight any % run, yeah, you would see people picking up a leaf there, because it is obviously much easier to get to. I am not trusting this metal babble to stay around, but let's see what it does. Of course not. Figures. Ay! That hurts. There's a Kaishin from the enemy's side. Tsukun, which translates. I believe the English was a terrible blow, and I've always thought it fascinating that they chose different phrases for player criticals versus enemy criticals. A player critical was a terrific hit, and an enemy critical is a terrible blow. Metal Babble was not actually expecting a Metal Babble to stick around, so not too surprised there. Here we are at the classic Rainbow Bridge. Out the rainbow drop, we're getting a rainbow ocean around us. into a rainbow bridge. Yes, these boss trolls, by the way, these are identical to the boss when we fought them as a boss earlier. They are still scary, so we don't fight them. Card is still active. We used that right before we end in Rimular, so you can just walk over that without taking damage. We're going to use the second instance here. And head into Zoma's castle. Obviously, all the encounters in here are going to be dangerous, except for this funny, this funny guy on the left who, for whatever reason, does not have any especially dangerous attacks, given where he is in the game. Dragons, you know, we don't want to deal with them, but the other guy is, yeah, he's a weirdo. He's, we don't know what he's doing there. My feeling is they just mixed up two of the enemy slots. But, be that as it may, you're kind of happy when you see them because, you know, it's not as dangerous as something else you might be fighting instead. And so we head on the good old Granite Titan room. Yes, those green dragon, that is same sprite. Yeah. The very same sprite. Oh, got a whack to work there. That's cool. Always take those.
Oh no! Perfect!
Oh, that's less than ideal. Troll King is, yeah, scary. So we said the boss trolls are scary. Troll King is the next level up from boss troll. We are actually going to try and limbo him out of existence. Uh-oh. Okay. Oh, nice! So that is what Limbo does when you use on enemies. It just gets rid of them. Fortunately, Baramos's Limbo didn't work on us, and that is the only really dangerous Limbo that we have to worry about. Believe it or not, the Wizard's Ring did not break on the first use. That is good to see. These Granite Titans will actually not attack you until you have taken 27 steps within this room. So you just have to walk back and forth until they decide to wake up, allow you to do your thing. So again, that's pointing out all of our debuffs here. Fairy Flute to put them to sleep. That part is just like in Dragon Quest 1. Also pulling out Limbo, try and get that to work. If it does, great. If not, you know, see what we can do. We got Limbo on one of them. And we got Limbo on the other.
Broken.
And... well, we still have one Wizard's Ring left. So that one at least lasted for 3 uses. It's an improvement. Alright, so... Does mean you have to be a little bit more careful now, because we don't have that safety net anymore. One out with Limbo. What's the other out with Limbo? And fight's done. Fairly straightforward. Again, putting to sleep here just because we want, the first turn they have a chance of outturning us. We use the slowdown spell on them, so that second turn forward, we're guaranteed to get out our limbo first, and we can just defend and let limbo do its thing. The Dragon's Troll are not a forced encounter, no. The only forced encounters in this dungeon are the 3 granite trolls we just fought, and of course the final boss rush. Everything else is random. So we pull our step guard here, barriers. I wait for a couple of dragons. I do like that sprite, I will say. It's a good sprite. And I love that they've continued. They've basically carried that same form over even into the 3D games. Dragon Quest XI, I know, has some great dragons that look just like that, and I love them. But we make our way to the back, and gosh, a stairway. One of my favorite lines from Dragon Warrior 3, the original English localization. Again, using the fairy flute to put them to sleep. One of them wakes up immediately, of course, because that is what they like to do. As befits a final dungeon, this is, very dangerous. Lots of dangerous encounters here. Here again to keep our HP up. If you remember those diamond tiles we saw in Rubus's tower, the ones that change the direction of your inputs, we're going to be seeing more of those here. As soon as we get through this encounter here. These things here. This is especially given that you're also having to deal with encounters as you go through. And if you fall into any of the pits, obviously you end up going backwards because you just have to walk back and get to where you come back to this floor again. So you have to make your way correctly through all of these diamond tiles. There is a trick to it. If you just hold up all the way through, you will make it safely. But Crimson is not doing the safe way. Crimson is doing the fast way. He is actually saving it. Saves, I forget how many steps, like a handful of steps. It is not a huge save. But nonetheless, Crimson's taking the aggressive path, and I respect that. These encounters are scary, absolutely. Expel does work on the dragon zombies, but it's not guaranteed. Nothing is guaranteed at this point. And we do fortunately have 2 people with Expel. We have the hero and we have the pilgrim. I believe more recent versions of the game just go with the class name Priest, which was the original. But in this version, again, Nintendo is very sensitive about religious references in NES games, and so they went with Pilgrim instead. Well done, Crimson. So it is kind of interesting. Each floor has a kind of unique thing to it. You know, the entrance floor had its granite titans, and obviously the classic Dragon Quest I Charlotte Castle layout for the first floor. Skipping the first floor, the other first floor is just has some stuff around that central staircase, but we don't see it in speedrun. You can explore it. I think there's some treasures there as well, but skip that. Second floor has the directional tiles. Third floor is basically just a large corridor. You have to survive all the encounters until you get to the stairway. And then, of course, the fourth floor has its own unique little thing we'll be seeing in a moment. The last couple of levels here. So these are roughly the levels that we will be going into the final boss rush with. Obviously, these are significantly lower levels. I think it would probably be mid-30s in the casual run here. Significantly lower levels than you would go in casually. But it's a speedrun. We're trying to go fast, so we don't have time to farm extra levels. Stairway here. One more encounter, of course, because, you know, this game loves us so much it wants us to fight even more enemies. The Swordoids are scary, though. This route will absolutely pick up the Sage Stone. There's no question about that. Yep. Nice Kaishi. We got the Expel to work there. Swordoids out. So again, the you know, we have fought a couple of encounters. We don't get any experience from enemies that we expel like this. But it is the reason we do this instead of trying to run is because all of these enemies are very dangerous, and running can actually be a worse choice because if you fail to run, and remember your first two run chances are 50% each. If you fail to run, then then you're just taking damage from all the enemies with no way to counter it. So especially if you have something like Expel, which you know you can use against the enemies, it's often safer. Even if you don't, you won't be getting experience from the fight, but it's safer than running to just use Expel here. And again, since we have two people and no Expel, we have two chances on each of the rolls, and we get them all out in one turn there.
Oh!
We still have that Wizard's Ring. Wizard's Ring is still safe, which is good because Yeah, the Pilgrim's getting a bit low. These dragon zombies are being a bit aggressive. We would like them to not do so. But we do have Expel to use against them. Expel works against a lot of the enemies here, which is nice. They need to stop blowing blizzards at us, please. Okay, that was close. Kinda too close, yeah. Close, bit too close for comfort. Yeah, we can see the hero is already down to 3 MP. The Pilgrim is now down to 9.
Daddy!
At least we got the free run there. And oh, by the way, who is this? Who is this fellow? So this is what Ortega looks like in the Famicom version of the game. This is, I presume, again, for the same reason there is no title demo as there is in Dragon Warrior, simply an issue of not having enough memory. The game, the Japanese version was on a smaller card, memory-wise. In fact, half the memory size, half the ROM size of the English version. Was extremely tightly packed, so tightly packed that when you turn the game on, all you see is the letters Dragon Quest 3 on the screen, not even the title graphic, and then straight into the file menu. So I suspect it's most likely they just did not have the graphic space for the Ortega they wanted to draw and had to use the Kandar graphic instead. But yeah, in this version, he's Kandar. He's swole. He's a guy. But as in the English version, no matter how hard he tries, every single RNG combination, I have tested all 200 million of them, he fails. And that is just how it goes. He is. His destiny is foretold. They actually included a reference to that in 2D HD. That's kind of cool, actually. One of those things I kind of wonder about, the developers' choices. Obviously, 'cause in this case, it's the original, not the original developers, but the original company making the game. By the way, Sage's Stone at long last. We now have decent healing. But obviously the current developers know that they have both a Japanese and an English audience, and those two audiences, especially the people who played the originals, will have different ideas of what this character should look like. How do you balance that in a single game? Because obviously now it's just going to be a single worldwide release. So, obviously we see what they ultimately chose, but as someone who has obviously worked in localization, worked in development for a bit as well, I'm just curious what kind of discussions went on among the developers. How should we, how will we do this? How should we change this up? It's always inconvenient when the enemies come in two separate groups here, because many spells and effects only work on a single group. And so when you have, even if it's the same two enemies, if they are in two separate groups, you can only target one of those groups at a time. It's just, it's an interesting choice, but it is a choice. Question in chat, is it faster to sort the inventory for faster sage stone use? To a degree, yes. So one thing that's different about the Famicom menus, because the item names are all shorter than in English, instead of being 2 pages of 1 column each, it is 1 page of 2 columns. So that means both item number 7 and item number 8 are easy to access. You scroll around from the top to the bottom. And I believe the way, I'll check when we see it in the menu, but I believe Crimson is setting it up so Sage's Stone is in the 7th position, which means it is accessible with a single up press in the item menu. So again, because especially in this era of games, Japanese text was often shorter than English text. And so the menu, so that we could, Japanese version could make some menu choices that were not available to the English version. That said, the original NES English releases, the whole concept of having 2-line names I think it was brilliant. It was something that most developers didn't even bother thinking that far and just said, okay, we will fit it within the same number of characters. Obviously, trying to say if your character limit is 7 Japanese characters, trying to fit English words in 7 characters is not going to work out very well. So the fact not only did they lengthen the name limits, but they added a second line was just really insightful. Just a brilliant choice, and I'm very glad they did that because it really raised the level of the English versions. So we're finally at the lowest level of Zoma's Castle, excuse me, and it is boss rush time. Wizard's Ring still surviving, thank goodness. Remember, when that Wizard's Ring breaks, that is all we have. We are out of MP recovery. So we want that to last as long as it possibly can. So here it is. Here's the big guy himself, Zoma, introducing us to his subordinates. King Hydra first. And get revenge for our dad. A nice Kaishin to start out with. Happen as well. This should go pretty quickly. King Hydra does have 2 actions per turn. He does breathe fire a lot, so take up time, but we have a lot of damage as we see, and just take care of it really quickly. And it's worth mentioning, by the way, some of these, a lot of enemies in this game actually have HP regen per turn. It's not showed in the battle text, but kind of behind the scenes, as it were. Recover 20 or 50 or sometimes even 100. Zoma, for example, will be recovering 100 HP per turn. King Hydra also had 100 per turn, as I recall. That's not good. That is not good. Baramos Bomus, to give him his English name, is being a bit aggressive here. And we have 2 people down. That is not good. So we're pulling out the Zing. We got 1 recovery first try. It's good. Remember, Zing, or Vivify, as it was known in the NES version, has a 50% chance to work. And we got it. We got both first try, which is great to see. Sage is done putting in a lot of work, as we can see. It is a very strong recovery. I believe it's like 80 to 100 HP for all party members in one go. So just throwing it out literally every turn. But yes, hitting those 2 coin flips is super lucky. We would have been in a lot of trouble if those had not hit. Because yes, Baramos brother, as the Japanese puts it, can be okay, but it can also be really, really rough. He's got Exploded. He's got the, I think it's Kaboom, is it? The the new spell name. He also has 1 or 2 actions per turn. If he double actions and does double kaboom every turn, that is very painful, very difficult to survive. But we got through it. Baramos Zombie. The Baramos Gonus was a funny name, I thought, in the original NES. I don't know where that came from. That one I don't think I can agree with. But Baramos Zombie. We have here. Is an interesting one. It's it only does physicals. Very, very strong. Has, I think, the highest attack power of any enemy in the game. Has 0 agility, so it will always go last. And that actually makes it really good. If we get in surround, that's great, but it's not necessary. We are always guaranteed to be able to heal first. And so basically we use this fight to pull out the Wizard's Ring. Wizard's Ring this does not break, very good to see. But it is largely an MP recovery fight, so to speak. MP and obviously HP as well. Recover all the damage from that we took in previous fight, and then it's just we're only taking 1 hit per turn, and it's very easy to heal up from that. And whichever turn we kill Baramos Zombie on, probably this turn, yeah. We were guaranteed to go first, and so we will be already full HP going into Zoma. So, fair warning, by the way. First turn in Zoma, we're going to be using the Sphere of Light. That is a very strong flash. So those of you who are sensitive to flashing, please look away for a bit. Or, turn down the lights, turn it, shrink the window, do what you need to do. That will be coming up very shortly here. I hope I got that in before the stream delay. But yes, the flashing is now done. And we are into the Zoma Fight proper. And again, this is going to be the same thing. We're going to get our buffs up. And then hope for no freezing waves, because that is a thing that Zoma can do. So this is the first... we got 2 physicals. That's actually nice. That is... it's no party-wide attacks, no freezing waves. This is the first appearance of freezing waves in the series. The developers knew that, yes, your fight strat is buff everybody and then go ham. And so their counter to that was freezing waves. But it looks like we have not gotten any yet. And if we get one or 2 more turns like this, Zoma does heal 100 per turn, but you can see we are putting out far more than that with every attack.
Jesus, Zoma is very weak.
Yes, it turns out, yeah, if he doesn't have his freezing waves to stop you, there's not much he can do. Healing spells, by the way, we see the priest throwing out heal more on Zoma, because healing spells do damage him as an intended mechanic. It is not intended that herbs can do 255 damage. That's a bug, but this is a cute little, because kind of taking Zoma as anti-life, the antithesis of life, and therefore healing spells do damage to him.
Finally!
And it sounds like we have a dead Zoma. We do have a dead Zoma. Very clean Zoma fight. Wizard's Ring survived. The last Wizard's Ring survived to the end, which is good to see. So we are thrown into a crack in the earth and back out to a classic cave. I do remember playing this game for the first time, coming out into this cave, getting out of this kind of back room here, the back room closing up, and realizing that, yes, this is in fact that very first cave in Dragon Quest I where you get Erdrick's tablet. And shows you, instructs the new hero on where to go. A very cute touch. That's it. As with Dragon Quest 2, they doubled the size of all of the map squares in this version compared to Dragon Quest 1, and so it does take a little bit longer to walk out. There we go. Walked out. We do have our return spell, so we can return back. We can't return to the overworld anymore. We are stuck in this one. We are stuck in Alfgard, but we can return here. We hope the NPCs don't get in our way. There are a couple that control us here. To the king, get our reward. We will have a very special bit from Crimson. By the way, nobody here anymore. So who's the king talking to? Nobody knows. Nobody knows. The invisible heroes receive their fanfare from the trumpeters. Yeah. GG Crimson. Well played. Let's go to some of this stuff.
ありがとうございます。
We will have the classic ending to a Dragon Quest 3 run coming right up for you here. And will be on the end, as is standard for Japanese Dragon Quest runs. Thank you very much, Crimson. That is Dragon Quest 3. We will be switching over very quickly. This is a relay sequence, so we'll be switching over very quickly after the end of this run. We do play to the end. Answering again the question chat earlier, Japanese Dragon Quest runs typically end timing when we hit the end at the end of the credits. I have been Vaxford. The run has been run by Crimson. Fantastic Dragon Quest 3 runner. Dragon Quest runner in general knows a lot about, especially the Famicom games. It's been great to see the run here. We had some horrible luck, and nonetheless, we're going to pull in underestimate. Well done, Crimson. And so I will be signing off so we can do a nice quick transition to the next run, which will be Dragon Quest 1. My mouth is not working, I'm sorry, but Dragon Quest 1 coming right up. So definitely stay tuned for that and for the rest of the extended Roto Relay coming up. Thank you very much.
Take it.
And that's time, by the way. It's time for the timer.